Good afternoon. Dear Madame Tilly Metz, Member of the European Parliament, dear Vice Prime Minister and Minister for Mobility, George Shilkine, dear Magda Kopczynska, Director General of the European Commission, distinguished guests, dear ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon and welcome to the fourth ERA Conference on Multimodality. The motto of this year's conference is More Freight to Rail. And let us jump straight into the subject. We are here today because we are in a crisis. We are in the climate crisis, and one of the political objectives, of course, is the decarbonization of transport. Transport has 25% of the greenhouse gas emission of all industrial sectors in the European Union, and rail is a tiny 0.4% of these emissions. Therefore, since quite some time, a modal shift to rail has been one of the political objectives of the European Commission. However, the modal share of rail is low. The modal share of rail freight is around 18–19%, and if we are perfectly honest, the modal share is even going down. We have the policy objectives. Initially, there was the 30% modal share by 2030. Now, in the strategy for smart and sustainable mobility, we have a doubling in 2050 and a 50% more volume in 2030. Now, how can we move forward with the modal shift to rail? And one of the obvious solutions is the topic of today's conference. And we are speaking about intermodal transport for rail and road. And what is, of course, important here is that we need to have a service offering, meaning we need to have the appropriate line capacity, and we will hear more today, I'm sure, in the keynote speech of Madame Metz. We need to have the availability of fleet and traction. We have an impulse speech by Mitchell van Baarle of the agency on that. We need also to have a service performance. We need to have a punctuality, we need to have the availability, but we also need to have the appropriate cost. And these two factors together make rail, make the combined transport competitive so that we can achieve the objectives of environmental sustainability and of social sustainability. Now, unfortunately, reality is very complicated, like this slide. And I have read the recent report by UIRR, where we have seen in 2023 a decline of 9.39% for combined transport. And the reasons given in the report, I quote, are infrastructure repair works, strikes, natural disasters, and high energy prices. So, as you can see on this slide, a number of factors are contributing to the quality, to the punctuality. We see the timetable planning and traffic management as an important contributor. It's fundamental because if we do not have a timetable planning that is flexible and a timetable planning that adequately handles cross-border transport, we are lost from the beginning. But what you can also see on this slide, it is not all. We need to have a holistic view. We need to have a holistic view of all the factors, and I have circled in red the ones mentioned by UIRR, the natural disasters, the infrastructure repair works, which are inevitable, but we need to take the appropriate measures in order to make sure that we still have the service quality. Of course, all these aspects need to be provided in full assurance of safety. Now, to end on a positive note, we see the huge potential of the loading of road freight in the version of combined transport onto trains. If we would shift all road freight above 700 kilometers from road to rail, we would immediately get a 38% modal share. From the UIRR report, I also get it that the average distance for the road segment has been 823 kilometers. So that's exactly in that range. We have also invited today representatives from Fairmed, and we will hear about their concept for an efficient multimodal transport chain in the second panel. But if we want to decarbonize transport, if we want to decarbonize freight transport, we need to start with the combined transport. We need to start with shifting the long-distance road to rail. And that brings me now to our keynote speeches. We also have the Brussels Declaration in our background, because the Brussels Declaration actually contains many of these aspects that are important in that context. But it is now my pleasure to first invite Madame Tilly Metz on stage to give us the view of the European Parliament. Tilly Metz is also the rapporteur for the capacity management regulation. Many thanks.
So, good afternoon to all of you. It's a pleasure and an honor to be invited here and surrounded by so many experts also on rail freight. As the Parliament's rapporteur, as Josef Doppelbauer said already, on the railway capacity regulation, I can assure you that I'm paying particularly attention to the challenges faced by the rail freight sector. I think we all share the same vision. We need to move freight from roads to rail. Compared to the road transport, rail emits 9 times, just to repeat a little bit what Josef Doppelbauer was already saying, but rail emits 9 times less CO2 than road transport, and it's 7 times more energy efficient. But when wars and conflicts are increasing all over the world, and when politicians of the extreme right is building their politics on fears and fake news, climate change is no longer on the political mainstream agenda. That doesn't mean that the situation is less urgent. The climate crisis is real, and if you ask me, politicians have to wake up and really to do something about it. We have the EU targets of increasing rail freight by 50% by 2030 and to double it by 2050, which was also already mentioned by Joseph today. But instead, what we see is that the rail freight is going down at times when it should increase. At a rail freight conference I visited recently, I was told by rail freight operators that the demand for their services is indeed decreasing. I asked them why, and they told me because of the Green Deal. Due to the shift to renewable sources, there is now less transport of coal. That's a very good thing, and it is a transition that we need to do as a society. But I do also understand the perspective from the other side. Yeah, it's then less transport that's being done. But we need to make sure that rail freight is not left behind in the green transition, and that instead it's really part of the solution. The same way as the car industry is now called upon to change their products to become less polluting, the transition in the rail sector has to involve finding different bulk markets and also to diversify into different freight markets, not to stick to their traditional patterns. It's time to think out of the box. This is a multimodal conference. This is exactly what I'm talking about. For this to work, we need capacity allocation rules that enable reliable paths and just-in-time delivery for freight. Rail freight has to become the backbone on an efficient freight transport in Europe. The rail capacity regulation is just a small but important piece in this puzzle. As you know, the Commission expects a 4% increase of capacity with this regulation. It may not sound like a lot, but it could represent almost 250 million train kilometers of additional capacity. And it's not only about quantity, it's also about quality to make the rail sector more efficient, more flexible, more reliable. Nevertheless, 4% is far from the model share targets that the EU has set out. That's why we as a parliament make a political statement in our amendments to the capacity regulation saying that both the Commission and the Council have to work a lot on other measures to further increase capacity. Of course, I'm thinking about digitalization, ERTMS deployment, and DAC, for instance. I'm thinking about investment in rail infrastructure and multimodal terminals that we can move containers from lorries to train bogies and back. But also by creating a level playing field between transport modes. For me, we need to have the polluter pays principle. This is a no-brainer. Taxes and fees need to reflect the goals in the sustainable and smart mobility strategy. We need to tackle those modes that pollute, for instance, with a kerosene tax or on road charging. And that money should then go and be invested in the rail. Also, I think it would be very important that member states support the rail sector in decreasing also the track access charges. Today, the track access charges make up between 12 and 40% of the total cost of railway operators. If we reduce that cost, we could get more rail services on the network. If we can get the price signals right, rail will never be able to effectively compete with the cheaper road option. Another remark I would like to make concerns financing. I find it astonishing that when it comes to EU transport agencies and joint undertakings, other transport modes get much more funding than ERA. Just look at the funding, for instance, of EASA, Clean Aviation, CESA, and compare it to the funding of ERA. There is clearly an imbalance there. I think ERA has done an incredible job in harmonizing the railway network. Look at the number of national rules you have managed to reduce, for instance, and there is so much more to be done. But the agency is struggling with resources. In my opinion, the budget allocation for ERA must be much higher. If not at the same level of EMSA, it should be at least on the same level as EASA. That would be only fair and also coherent with our policies. Last summer, the European Commission presented 4 proposals in their greening freight package. But sometimes I wonder, why only 4 proposals when there is so much more that could be done to decarbonize the freight sector? Instead, I found it quite concerning to see that the Commission proposed in the Weights and Dimension Directive to allow member states to permit mega trucks, the so-called gigaliners, to move around freely across the Union. In my opinion, this is going into the wrong direction. It will make road transport even more competitive compared to rail, and it could lead to increased emission, increased road safety risk, and higher road infrastructure cost. I think it's more than ever important to be coherent. We can say on the one hand that we want to have a modal shift to rail and then at the same time support mega trucks on the road. With only 1 train driver, we can replace up to 40 lorry drivers. That's really an advantage considering that we have a shortage of lorry drivers in Europe. My vision is clear. Instead of allowing mega trucks on the roads and lowering the age limit for truck drivers, as the Commission proposed in the Driving License Directive, we need to be coherent and integrated transport policies that prioritize this really rail. To come back to capacity regulation, beside the slight increase of capacity, as I said, already, the regulation can also bring many other benefits for freight. In particular, the system should become more flexible so that infrastructure manager better can respond to the needs of the freight sector by allowing also last-minute booking possibilities. As more than 50% of freight transport today is cross-border, it is of huge importance for the freight sector to have coordination across border and harmonization of rules. Today, there are too many barriers for cross-border operation. We can't have a system of 27 different national rules. We need to start to move away from a patchwork of networks into a single European railway network. This is at the core of what the Parliament and I myself stand behind. I am worried that if we give more possibilities to the member states in adopting different national rules rather than harmonizing procedures, we could even come to the result of having even more fragmentation. Today, at least, we have the rail freight corridor regulation. Also, it was not really a success. At least it provides for some cooperation on corridors. We need to make sure that with this new regulation, we are not going to accept anything that would bring more fragmentation to the network than what we have today. What we need is one set of rules for everyone. And there we should be very clear. We have the Draghi report, we have the Letta report. They are both calling for more harmonization of transport markets and for more cross-border cooperation, not less, because this could make Europe thrive, and that should be in the interest of all of us. Let me end by saying a few words on combined transport. The new proposal by the Commission is a welcomed attempt to finally modernize the Combined Transport Directive. This is our best chance to create conditions for a modal shift, particularly for freight. The 2023 Auditor's report shows a strong need for a revised directive to make the combined transport sector more competitive. But the devil, also there, is in the detail, especially regarding the definition of combined transport. And the proposal from the Commission is already watered down. Also, there are political forces who want to use this piece of legislation to get exemptions for truck drivers from posting rules, cabotage rules, and driving and rest time rules. That's not the intention behind the proposal. We want to support the modal shift, not hamper it with a greater imbalance between how policy treats the different modes. Combined transport is a brilliant idea, but the legislation that we adopt has to promote rail and the most sustainable mode. The road option should mainly be for the first and last miles. To conclude, the challenges ahead for rail freight are many. But if there is political will, there can be action. Thanks for listening, and I'm looking forward to the rest of this conference. Thank you very much.
Many thanks, Tilly Metz, and it is now my pleasure to call Georges Chilquenet, Minister for Mobility and Vice Premier Minister of Belgium, to the stage. The floor is yours, Monsieur the Minister.
Dear Member of Parliament, Tilly, dear Director General, dear Magda, dear Executive Director, dear Joseph, ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Brussels. As still Deputy Prime Minister in charge of mobility in the Belgian government, I'm delighted to take part of this conference. It's a bittersweet feeling. We will have to say goodbye to a friend of rail, to Executive Director Josef Doppelbauer, and pay tribute to his achievement at the end of era. But it's also an opportunity to look ahead and think of ways to pave the way for a better rail system in Europe in the coming years with the new Commission. Why promoting rail? Because it's relevant for our planet, for our economy, and for our citizens. A 90% reduction in transport emission is needed by 2050. However, transport is the only sector of the economy whose emissions have continued to rise over the last 30 years, despite all the effort made in recent decades to improve vehicles and fuel performance. While technology can and must play a role in decarbonizing mobility, it will be not enough to achieve our climate objectives. The Member States and the EU must encourage and support the greenest mode of travel, as they are essential pillars for reducing transport carbon footprints. For short journeys, we need to develop active mobility, cycling in particular, and for longer journey or goods or heavy goods transport, we need to make the railway the backbone of mobility in Europe. We all here share this ambition. What have we done so far? From the Council side, you know that as President of the Council of the EU during the first half this year, rail was our utmost priority. On the legislative side, we managed to open the negotiation on the Rail Capacity Initiative and to get a general approach, a principal agreement on the main principle with the 27 countries at our June Council. The position of the European Parliament has been approved as well. There is no time to waste to start trilogues and deliver a text that will implement the first integrated system of rail capacity management between EU member states. Of course, the TNT regulation has been approved in trilogues as well, thanks to the work of our Spanish friends, with high ambitions on the infrastructure side. We did also our best to get a deal on the revision of the Combined Transport Directive, but without luck. The position of member states are too divergent on almost everything: scope, definition, ambitions. We do hope that coming presidencies will manage to light the fire But if it fails on the legislative side, this is not an excuse to do nothing on combined transport. I will get back on this later on. We would have been very keen to work on other pieces of legislation, such the Train Driver Directive or the initiative on ticketing, but those texts were eventually not published in 2024. Dear Magda, you look at me, we are looking forward to seeing DG Move delivering those texts in the coming months in order to harmonize the skills and language regime of the train drivers in the EU, as well as to boost the availability of simple, transparent, and efficient tickets for long rail journeys throughout our continent. Taking an international train should be as easy as booking a flight ticket, no matter how many rail undertakings are involved. But we did not only contribute to rail with legislation work. Rail teams were at the core of the Belgian presidency political discussion with a high-level rail conference and our informal council in April, which for the first time was organized back-to-back with the TNT days here in Brussels. Those high-level discussions were translated into our Brussels declaration. I'm delighted that this is an inspiration for ERA, and we do hope, Magda, that our recommendation can be followed by the next Commission. Just to quote a few of them: setting binding targets for the modal share of rail along trans-European transport corridors, proposing a master plan to increase the supply of rail services for freight and passengers, increasing transport volume by 2030 and 2050 to double the volume of goods transported by rail in place of decreasing it, ensuring a level playing field with other modes of transport, particularly with regard to energy and fuel taxation and rules on state aid, protecting the EU's rail industry ecosystem from unfair competition from third country manufacturers, whether tax-related, social, or environmental, increasing the amount of European funding on offer for rail transport using all available financing instruments. Obviously, funding is mainly a matter of national responsibility. Member states must be coherent and avoid blind austerity measures which would put the future of rail at risk. We need to keep investing in rail as it's profitable in the long term. And let us not forget the growing and pressing debate on the resilience of our networks in the view of extreme climate events such as the floods of 2021 here in Belgium, of the recent disaster in Spain, or in the view of geopolitical turmoils. I know that our Polish friends will put this theme on the agenda of their informal council in Warsaw, like we did in April this year in Brussels. And this is an essential issue, because resilience is both the condition and the solution. On technology, ERTMS and interoperability as a whole are crucial to deliver safety and efficiency. There won't be any compromise on this. And you know that Belgium is a front runner in ERTMS. Nevertheless, I would like to draw the attention on the risk that constant changes of standards and norms for rolling stocks or infrastructure could be putting our finance in the red zone. The average age of wagons is very high. This is an opportunity to encourage the replacement of wagons with future-proof wagons, but we need to remain cautious on the type of technologies we want to implement first, with particular attention to the adaptability of equipment. While some technologies are promising, such as DAC, we still need a strong business case to assess their added value in all market segments and the framework condition they require to be deployed. In the Brussels Declaration, we called for an EU-wide master plan to increase the supply of rail services for freight and passengers. We are looking forward for the Sustainable Transport Investment Plan, prioritizing investment in transport decarbonization solution as announced in the mission letter of Commissioner Tzitzikostas. This would make it much easier to reach good agreement with the industry, giving them a clear view of future investment and objective, enabling them to make the required investment and commitment. This is what we did in Belgium with the 10-year contracts for Infrabel and for SNCB. The European industry has also a responsibility to provide rolling stock at competitive price. At last, let's remember that all our efforts on rail will be useless without fair competition between transport modes. There is no point allowing unfair practices in the road and aviation sector with dumping and unacceptable downgrading of social standards. That's why we also expect the Commission to implement the measures in the mobility package in a comprehensive and concerted manner as set out in the part of the Brussels Declaration that concerns road transport, but which obviously also applies to rail transport if you want to create a genuine level playing field between modes of transport. As you can see, there is still a lot of work to be done by the next Commission, by the Council, and by the stakeholders like ERA. In a few days, week or months, nobody knows in Belgium, it will be without me and with a new minister. In a few days, it will also be without a great friend of rail, Josef Doppelbauer. I will be far from the last to do so today, but I couldn't conclude without paying tribute to your action, Josef. One condition to make the train the backbone of mobility remains to recruit and retain competent people, men or women, Magda. So it's important also for me, but with sufficient human resources to cope with the workload. Dear Joseph, you managed to create a real united team with you as a captain of the ship. There have been storms, such as COVID, but your navigation skills have been highly praised. Thank you for having delivered so much to the rail sector.
Thank you very much, Minister Schilkenet. And now, Magda, it's time to respond to the various demands with the Commission perspective. So it's my pleasure to call to stage Magda Kopczynska, Director General for Mobility and Transport. Magda, please.
Thank you, Joseph, very much, and thank you for inviting me here. I was just saying to the two previous speakers that they made my life pretty difficult. The comment from Deputy Prime Minister of Belgium, it's not the first time, it's not the last time that we make your life difficult with speeches. There you go. Okay, I'll try to manage. But thank you so much. I remember when I got the invitation, I was just like, ERA is doing a multimodal conference. The world is changing. So that's already a good thing. But then I realized, of course, it is the 4th multimodal conference, so a bit my overlooking. But I was also thinking, of course, you've chosen the location on purpose so that everybody can come by train, and I hope everybody has come by train, even though it's a multimodal conference. And the timing of the conference is important for many reasons. I'll save one of the important ones also at the end, but let me first look at others. Because timing is important, but on the other hand, maybe not necessarily so, because of course last week the new College of Commissioners came into place. We have a whole list of political priorities for the European Union. We have our list of political priorities for DG Move, for the transport and mobility and sustainable tourism policies. And in case you had any doubt, you had both the European Parliament and the Council representatives telling me what my priorities should be for the next 5 years. But at the same time, and that we also heard, some of the priorities and challenges that we have had for a couple of years now have not changed, and in a way they should not change, because the need to increase multimodality and intermodality in whichever direction and order we put them will not go away. There is a strong economic reason to do so, because we need to be able to transport goods efficiently, sustainably, and reliably across the EU. And I really do not need to call into memory the two big challenges and crises that we had been through in the past Commission, both COVID and the war in Ukraine, where we have seen once again that without smooth flow of goods in the EU, European economy and ultimately European Union comes to a stop. And in addition, even if we had not memory of those past crisis situations, the report of Mario Draghi clearly pointed to that again. Intermodal freight is absolutely essential if we want to have this smooth flow of goods in the EU. We must not rely on only one mode of transport. We need to make sure that all modes of transport work to the optimal capacity and also in a sustainable way. But having said that, the green and energy efficient transport mode, which is rail, is of course at the center of both intermodality and when we continue with our policies to cut down transport emissions. You heard Joseph in the introduction when he quoted some of the ambitious targets we had in Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, where we wanted rail freight to increase by 50% until 2030. It's a bit easier to say that in 2020 than it is now, and double its activity by 2050. And all that would contribute to our objective to reach our climate objectives of 2050 of cutting transport emissions by at least 90%. We have started working to get there. In the short term, it's not so much short term, but of course completion of TEN-T that indeed was finalized, TEN-T regulation that should pave the way to ultimately completing the 243,000 kilometers of trans-European transport network is key. And it's of course very helpful that we have the regulatory basis in place. It will be an important part of the discussion that we'll be having starting basically now, first in the Commission and then with Member States on the next multi-annual financial framework and on the next budget of the European Union. I will not be giving you any details of those discussions, they are still to come, but I don't need to pretend that there will be a competition in terms of all the challenges that we have to answer, all the tightness when it comes to national budgets, and a lot will be there put forward to us in the Commission to come up with solutions that will allow us to deliver with the priorities, while at the same time taking a good account of less money available. We will need to look into new ways of financing things, new instruments for financing, and we will have to be very, very, very clear where the priorities for public money is or are. And I'm saying that in every single speech that I deliver those days, because I really would like everybody to be aware that we must not underestimate how tricky that budget discussion is going to be. But of course, what we have also been doing, apart from the 10T regulation, starting now discussions on the budget, we looked at some specific pieces of legislation that normally should help. Rail capacity is an example, and here my big words of appreciation to Thierry Metz for your unfaltering support and unlimited amount of energy that you have been putting in that proposal to make it move. And I very much hope that the outcome of ultimate discussions in the Council, in the Parliament, and between the two will be such that we will have a proposal that will effectively allow us to put more trains on the same infrastructure that we have. Even if, by miracle, we ended up having those 800 billion euro that are needed to complete all the possible networks, infrastructures, and things that are needed in Europe, even then we will not build them overnight. And we will not have that budget, and we have to make things move faster. And for that, the rail capacity proposal is a good way forward. So I use this opportunity to again plead all those who will be deciding on the ultimate shape of the outcome of negotiations between the Council and the Parliament to make it in the right way. But what is also important, and I know it may sound maybe less fancy, but I know not in this room and not when I stand in front of ERA, is the implementation of the 2023 technical specifications for interoperability. Joseph, even the name is complicated. I know you didn't come up with the name, we did, but I'm just saying. But why it is important is, of course, that we want to make sure that whatever we put into the rail system works smoothly between one another. And in addition, that we have an effective and efficient way of picking up on all the innovative solutions that we are, among others, putting money into to have them developed. For that to happen, those TSIs have to be updated every now and then, and they have to be smoothly implemented also at the national level under the careful oversight and, may I use the word, control of ERA. And looking at those bigger and smaller things, I think I need to recall what Joseph said in his opening, that when we look at the time between 2015 and 2020, the de facto modal share of rail freight in land transport increased by 2 percentage points, from 18.9 to 16.7. Transport went up, rail freight went down. But if we reflect a little bit why it has been the case, and of course we look until 2020, because as we all know, 2020 changed a lot of things and all the numbers started going in very strange directions, so we still need to have a solid way of comparing between different years. We also see a structural change in what is being transported by rail. The transport of bulk commodities like coal and iron is going down. Is it good? Is it bad? I'm not here to put a value on that, but this is an inevitable fact that is happening. Then there comes this lack of interoperability. We have standardized products which are not making it so fast to the market, or they are not yet fully standardized. And again, it may sound technical, but talk to Joseph, talk to the team in ERA. They will explain to you how absolutely critical it is to make sure that networks that we have and railway rolling stocks, they are interoperable, they are interchangeable. It would not only help railway transportation, it would also immensely help railway industries. We know that rail industry are doing their job. We have solutions, but as I said already, the time between those solutions find their way onto the market is far too slow. And I think one of the things that we will be looking at in this commission, not only in the context of rail, but across all industrial sectors, what it is that we need to do at the European level to support our industries also by making sure that the European market is even bigger for them. In the case of transport, in the case of railway transport in particular, we have the regulatory framework in place. We have the agency to do the job. We just need to see what is still missing, and if I may say so, how we can even more encourage railway operators and national authorities to make sure that they pick up on what is available on the market. And indeed, the single European railway market is an opportunity for companies to do better. I think sometimes I'm sensing from some of the actors, that's the word I was looking for, some of the actors in the overall rail ecosystem, that they do not embrace, if I may say so, this concept of the single European railway market equally enthusiastically. And let me leave it at that. And then, of course, more innovation and digitalization is something that will ultimately help to deliver on the scale. Again, we are still talking about the situation where we have the infrastructure that we have, where we have the network that we have, but we want it to be used more. We want it to be used more efficiently, and we want it to be used more in a more optimal way. Rail capacity is one, technical standards another one, and then digitalization and innovation. And I could talk now for half an hour about ERTMS, but you've been hearing those stories forever, and I hope at some point we'll stop talking about ERTMS, but maybe we will not. And then the other possible solution is, of course, digital automatic coupling. I heard what the minister said. We still need to assess its economic validity as a solution, but I will be very happy if we will have some projects where we'll be able to assess the functioning of DAC as a solution for a specific part of rail freight sector. And I also hope that when we are talking about digitalization and innovation, again, this question of looking at new market opportunities for new companies will be there. And if we make rail transport maybe functioning slightly more differently, more optimally, maybe using these newer solutions, maybe having a bit more silent trains, then we will also find a way to sort out the question of having more freight night trains and also more freight trains available in low density areas. Again, as always with transport, I don't think we can look at one part of the overall transport system in separation. We need to look at the question of demand. We need to look at the question how rail is connected to other modes. And for that reason, thank you so much for having this multimodal conference. And as always, we need to make sure that we have all transport modes functioning as well as they can. So, maybe just a few words for looking more into the future. Again, a lot of policies and policy ideas on the table for the next Transport Commission, and not only. The renewed approach and support to rail industries as part of the Clean Industrial Deal will be one. And again, it is important, the more innovative our industries are, the more innovative ultimately our rail sector will be. We will be looking at the proposals to bring together a package to make sure that the single ticketing will be easier to obtain access and will work for passengers that will want to go across EU, also across different modes. And we will be looking specifically at some proposals addressing rail, but in order not to spoil the fun, I will allow Christian Schmidt, who will kindly be stepping in for me when I need to run out, and he'll be there on the panel. If you ask him about what Commission wants to do on the rail front, there's no better place to talk about it than Christian. So Christian, I'm leaving that tricky point in your hands, and then if you say too much, I will complain afterwards. But just to finish off, I talked about money. I mentioned the next budget discussions, but again, let's not forget, next budget will only kick in as of 2028, regardless of the outcome of discussions. We still have 3 years ahead of us with the current CEF call, which is closing in January, with the current proposals on the table, including rail capacity, and with solutions that we can bring about, also making cooperation between different partners in the overall rail ecosystem easier and better. And that brings me to the, forgive me for saying that, but the most important thing that I want to say in my speech, and this is to say that this is indeed the farewell event for Josef, and there will be many occasions later, but as I said, Josef, I will have to run to take care of other modes, since rail is in those good hands here in this room, and I would just like to very, very much thank you on behalf of DG Move, but also on my own behalf. We have started working at some point when you started in ERA, although I was in a very different capacity at that moment, true. But thank you for everything that you have done, also for bringing rail transport so much to the forefront of European policies. You wouldn't have done it without us, but we wouldn't have done it without you either. So thank you so much.
So, now, as Magda has announced, we are coming to our first panel. Before we ask the panelists on stage, I would like to thank our keynote speakers for their great input. So perhaps a round of applause for our keynote speakers again. Now, our panel 1 is about the Brussels Declaration and beyond, the political action plan. And I would like to call on stage Tilly Metz. Please take the second chair to the right. Minister Schilkine, please. No, to the right. Tilly, to the right. So, here. Monsieur Schilkine is just à côté. And as already announced by Magda, the representative of the European Commission, Christian Schmidt, Director, Land Transport. Welcome, Christian. So, in order to warm us up for the panel discussion, we will start with a short impulse speech by Mitchell van Baalen. He is in the economic evaluation team of the agency, and the topic that we asked him to prepare is the European train fleet ready for doubling rail freight? Please, Mitchell, give us your insights.
It is. So thanks, Josef, for also asking this quite tricky question. So a bit for context, beginning of this year, we received a range of questions, actually, to analyze the European rail fleet. And some questions were more descriptive, like what's the signaling system, electrification system, how many vehicles are there actually running in Europe? And we also got some forward-looking questions, like is the European rail fleet ready to double rail freight? With TEN-T regulation, we look at what the enabling conditions are on the infrastructure side. It's also important to have a look at what is actually running today, what can they do, how are they used, and then subsequently, what are the gaps that are remaining. Now, to analyze the fleet is quite tricky, I have to be honest. We have the registers, we have the European vehicle registers, we have information about the types, but this information is not complete, to say the least. And we also need to complement it with many other sources, and in many cases actually also to build upon common knowledge on the internet, so open source information. So what I will show you today is, I would say, by no means a complete answer, but I will tell you what we were able to find and also what gaps remain. So ready for 25. What we need to do is, in essence, to have a look at what's going on the supply side and what's going on the demand side. And on the supply side, you see a few main questions. So how big is the fleet today? what can it do? How is the fleet actually used in practice? And then subsequently, what is missing? And to assess what fleet we actually talk about is already a tricky question, because you may know the fleet register is not publicly accessible. And as a consequence of that, you see wildly diverging numbers of how many vehicles you actually have running in Europe. And I think that often it boils down to different concepts that are being used. We have the total vehicles, thanks. We have the total vehicles, we have registered vehicles, and we have vehicles that are actually active in active operations. Now, registered vehicles, we can say with this study, we talk about 835,000. Total vehicles, it's a bit more. Then we focus more on definitional questions, some technical questions. It will be a bit more, but I think we are quite confident about the 835. Operational vehicles, that's the main tricky one. That is where the main question marks pop up. And it is very problematic, especially when we focus upon the topic of this conference, multimodality. Let's make the link then with freight wagons. Because for freight wagons, we know that there are about 635,000 registered, indicated as actively in operations. But when we look at what is really being used in operations, we can also look at the age profile of these wagons. Well, it's common knowledge, wagons have a long life cycle, they can run for decades and decades, but more than 230,000 are older than 40 years. I took the train today from a bit north of Brussels to the city center, and already at the site I see 20 freight wagons standing still already for over a year now. And in discussions, also on the digital automatic coupler, we have the questions, how many vehicles are actually being used? How many need to be retrofitted? So it's quite important in the information knowledge gap that we have. It's not that this information is not available, it could be assessed, it also has to do with data access, and I will come back to this point later on. Now, I talked about all freight wagons, so 635,000 wagons, and here we talk about wagons that are used to transport dry bulk, liquid bulk, tank wagons, but also we focus today on multimodality and looking at what the forecasts indicate as having the greatest potential, intermodal transport. Let's focus on intermodal wagons. So the wagons that are fitted in principle to transport intermodal loading units. And when we look at the left side, we see when these wagons that are running in Europe are manufactured. And we see that here we talk about more novel, let's say modern fleets if you want. And we can also, with the fleet analysis, see what they're capable of transporting. And we see that about, let's say a reasonable share of them is also capable of transporting semi-trailers. Now, what we need to assess is if this number of vehicles is sufficient to transport the amount of semi-trailers that we want to transport in 2030, 2050. Another point is the traction. You can load the wagons, but if you have nothing to pull them from Rotterdam to Milan or from Wrocław to Duisburg, you still have an issue. And we can focus a lot on the technical part. So are they capable to run on multiple electrification systems? How are the signaling systems on board? But I think it's wise not to go in that level of detail now. I just will show you this chart, and it shows the area of use of a single electric locomotive. And there are about 13,000 electric locomotives, and you see that the bulk of them is capable of running only in one country, which has a substantial impact on the efficiency, on the potential utilization also of the rolling stock. I think that as the agency, as a sector, we need to see how we can make sure that the logs that can run in multiple countries increases. Another point comes to utilization, and because we have limited insights in the actual use of fleets, I have to fall back a bit on statistics, but I think anyway this is telling the story that most of you, I believe, would endorse, and that is the actual usage. So what is the volume that's being transported by a freight wagon? And we use some statistics to make a comparison with the US. And it's a bit difficult comparison to make because the US system is by essence, by design, very different. When we talk about the ability to have double stack containers, the axle loads, the capacity of the wagons, but what you see here is that in the US, after some level of deregulation in the Staggers Act in the 80s, you saw a huge spike in the productivity and utilization of wagons. And in the EU, the estimate is that it's actually decreased a bit, and we can reflect on how much, in an ideal situation, could the fleet that we have today perform better. Another point that I shortly want to mention is how the fleet is being managed. And what you see here is the share of the fleet that's being kept either by lessors or by railway undertakings. And it's, well, natural to the business model. Lessors have a more modern fleet, and you see that for the locomotives and for the wagons, let's say, the more modern the fleet is, the higher the share of the lessors is. But I do not want to focus so much upon the difference in the years. I just want to focus upon the relative share of the lessors, and you see that, particularly for the wagons, but also for a large share of the electric locomotives, lessors do have a very important role, an increasing role also in the market. And this is also indicative for the need of rolling stock that's more interoperable, that can be utilized more efficiently. And we also need to take that into consideration when assessing the needs of the fleet. Now, to sum it up, as said, I'm afraid that I cannot give you a definite answer to this question, but I do believe I could give some insights on where we are today, what we have, and what steps need to be taken to determine what is needed. But in all essence, in all honesty, the total needs on the vehicle side, to a very large extent, depend upon policy actions in other topics. So, reducing the national rules, facilitating cross-border operations, also through effective capacity management, greater availability of infrastructure. All these aspects will contribute to a more optimum use of rolling stock and therefore fewer vehicles, leading also to a more competitive rail sector. Finally, the data gaps. I think that we now can perform several analyses that would not have been possible at the beginning of the tenure of Josef Doppelbauer. But I believe we still can make some steps that in the future we can do even more insightful analysis. And it's not that the data is not available, it's mostly the way how the data is being structured and being given access to. And in the next couple of years, I hope that we can make some steps in this. So firstly, on the technical level, I have a better understanding what is actually running throughout all of Europe. Also to improve data access. And with access, I do not only mean access rights, I also mean the ease of access. For this study, I have spent quite a big share of my summer looking at train spotter websites to collect technical information about what a fleet looks like. Can be quite fun, but it's not very structural nor beneficial, I would say, for the sector to work like this. So I also hope that on the data access level, in terms of easiness in cost of accessing data, we can also make steps. And I believe that on the agency side and sector side, with linked data, we can make big leaps in this. Finally, insight in operations. You said that often I couldn't answer a question because we have very limited insight into the operations. It does exist, evidently, on the operator level, even on national levels. But if we want to work upon European solutions, we also need to work upon European insights. With that, I also want to refer to what is the case in maritime and in aviation. Everybody in this room, everybody on the planet can visit these websites and extract information on the functioning operational profile and the technical aspects of the vehicles in aviation and maritime. I think we can have a discussion on what the benefits would be if that also would be the case for railways. So with that, I hope I've given some useful inputs for the panel discussion. I also want to thank you for your attention, and with that, I end my talk.
Many thanks, Mitchell. And yes, you have all seen on the last slide, we are right back on the topic of the Brussels Declaration. So when we were preparing for this panel, the team proposed some kickoff questions for me. And the obvious one was on the last slide. What could we do to ensure that in the railway sector we achieve a similar level of fleet data accessibility. But actually, we keep that question a bit in the background, because the first question that I would like to ask my distinguished panel is, looking back at the evolution of the modal share for rail and looking at our objectives, meaning 50% by 2030, doubling by 2050, and seeing the actual development, should we reconsider our targets? What is the view of our panelists? Who wants to go first? Well, Christian.
He did not speak yet, so
So, no, we let George Schilkine answer first because he asked first for the microphone.
I'm not in favor of reconsidering our goals. I think we have to reconsider our middles, the way we want to achieve those objectives. And there are legislative solutions. We are working on it, but it's not the only one. We have to work with the sector. In Belgium, we armed ourselves with a freight action plan containing more than 20 measures aimed at developing transport, and we build it with the sector itself. We put in place a user committee with our infrastructure manager, with all players, with economic actors, and to better understand ourselves and to identify the solution we need. And perhaps one of the solutions is to have a better knowledge of the rolling stock. I think one of the difficulty of rail is the lifespan of the rolling stock. If a wagon built 30 years ago is different of a plane, of a truck, of a ship, then we have to be able to retrofit it and to do it in an efficient, economic manner. Another example I can give from our plan is the facility of sorting in Antwerp North, in our main port in Belgium. We decided for a neutral management of the automatic sorting facility in Antwerp North, so that every player can have access to, and with a subsidy and help from the Belgian state, so that we can have more players working with the sorting facility in Antwerp North, so that we can have more wagons sorted by this means, which is the most efficient, I think. And third example I can give as a middle, we put goals to our infrastructure manager with performance indicators, with bonus and malus, so that they have to be more client-friendly to the transporter and to change their mind, because you need more than for other mode of transport, cooperation to transport more goods. In the aviation, competition is important, but I think in the railway sector you need more cooperation, also about data, about the fact to share some good practices, and to make, like we did, the automatic sorting facility accessible to every players. I think we need more cooperation, yes.
Many thanks, Minister Schilkine. And if I summarize, you made 2 points. First point, we should not relax on the targets, but ramp up our actions. I believe this is the right answer to the situation. And you also mentioned something that is extremely important: cooperation. I believe rail is about cooperation. We have many actors. We have many actors at the national level. We have the infra manager, we have the railway undertakings, we have the keeper, we have the entities in charge of maintenance, etc., etc. These all need to cooperate, but cooperation is in particular important when we speak of cross-border operation. That naturally brings me back to Tilly Metz, to the necessary cooperation in, let's call it, cross-border combined transport of freight by rail.
Yes, I think if we want really what I said in my introduction, in my speech, that we have not a patchwork of rail networks, but that we have really one European network, cooperation is really, yes, the basis. But I know behind these words, if we speak only about, yes, it would be good they cooperate, I'm sorry to say, but for me that does not go far enough. As said, I'm working now as a rapporteur together with all the others on a regulation, and a regulation per definition brings mandatory rules. So if we don't do that, I mean, we can always wait until the people are cooperating regarding cross-border, regarding interoperability, regarding implementing ERTMS or the DAC system. I know that on the DAC system we don't have, not everybody is supporting it, and I'm trying to understand what are the obstacles. So of course we need to discuss, we need to talk to all the stakeholders. But here on the capacity regulation, on the management of the capacity, that's a regulation. And there we need clear mandatory rules in order to do better. And time is running. So there I completely agree with the minister when he's saying, no, we cannot allow to change our targets. I mean, it was already said today, the transport sector is the only sector where the CO2 emissions are not decreasing, but still increasing. So we need to do much better there if we really want to be coherent regarding our climate goals, and if we really want to have still an economy that is working in the future. So it's about the next generation, but it's also about today, and that is also what Draghi and Letta said in their report. It's also becoming competitive, and therefore we need to work more together, and we need clear European rules.
Many thanks, Tilly Metz. And Christian, Tilly just referred to the reports by Enrico Letta and by Mario Draghi. And in the Draghi report, there is one statement that I'm quoting freely: the common market has not yet been implemented in rail. Can you please outline to us what the Commission, specifically now in the new mandate of the European Commission, will do in order to bring rail closer to the common market? Christian.
Thanks a lot, Joseph. And of course, first of all, I'm conscious that I'm sharing the panel with two green frontrunners at the end of what will be known as the Doppelbauer decade. So what can I possibly say? Apart from perhaps quote Kermit the Frog, it's hard being green these days. But to answer also your first question, let me confirm DG Move's view that of course we stick to the plan. And of course we do not call into question the targets and the ambition that is set in the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. But having said that, I think it's also important that we realize that we will not just meet those targets on our autopilot. A number of measures has been taken already, and Tilly, you are holding in your hands one of the important babies, the Rail Capacity Management Regulation. You know, we call on you to maintain a very high level of ambition, because it speaks also to your question, Joseph: is the single market complete? No, it is not. For rail freight, the market has been open for competition since 2007, but that's the formal market opening. And we have seen that 50% of all operators in rail freight are now private operators. However, those private operators, like the incumbents, are struggling with all the technical barriers to entry. And that's one of the things that Tilly, with her report is addressing. It really boils down to whether member states accept yet that the networks that have been built with taxpayers' money, yes, belongs only to that country, or whether it should be managed in an integrated fashion. In the other modes, it's clear, the answer has been given. In road, your roads, but any truck can go there. And they don't have to ask your permission to cross the border. In rail, that's not the case. We still look at national priorities and path allocation, decision-making procedures for rail. And so certainly that is absolutely key. I also want to praise you, Minister, for having done exactly what you could do at national level to make this market opening work. You mentioned the Shunting Hill in Antwerp North. I was there last month. This is a facility that belongs to the Belgian infrastructure manager, but is now operated by a privately owned rail operator in a manner, with your support from the Belgian government, that leaves the facility open to any operator using it for the composition of trains and rail freight. You have the figures to see that by sharing this facility in a non-discriminatory manner, operators like Deutsche Bahn and the French freight operators, SNCF and everybody else, are using it, and a lot more trains are composed and go through that facility with support from the Belgian taxpayer. And again, also on ERTMS, another example, Minister, where indeed you have been a front runner. So these are the things that needs to be done to create this enabling framework. But Joseph, I also think we must be honest with ourselves in this room. I take everybody here in the room are rail freight aficionados, that we are up against a difficult economic context. Your calculation showed that if all trucks going beyond 700 kilometers moved to rail freight, then we would have a modal share of 38%. 38% is more 3 to 4 times the current European average. It's close to the Ukrainian average, in fact, in terms of rail freight. And there's a reason for that. And that is the underlying economic trends of the European single market, where we are deindustrializing, unfortunately, and we may see a reverse trend to that as Europe withdraws from its various dependencies, whether strategic, economic, or energy-wise. But Tilly, you're absolutely right. I mean, the coal traffic is not going to come back. Hopefully not. Maybe in the circular economy, some rail, but I think when we are talking about meeting those targets, Joseph, we should also ask ourselves, what exactly is it that we expect in the future to be carried by rail freight? What is it? It's not coal. It's long distance, yes, it's bulk, but how much? It's certainly connecting with our ports, because Europe will remain a global trading power, and for the moment, not enough trade is generated in ports. And Minister, that also goes for Antwerp, because that facility was not well enough connected to the port. It goes for, I see Marisa here in the front row, it goes for Spain, 4% modal share for rail freight. Sorry, you will speak on the panel later, so you can contradict me and say how you're going to fix it. But Spanish ports, for instance, not connected to the rail freight network. And then it's about how we will make sure that rail freight in the future can carry the goods that are certainly continuing to be traded in Europe, the consumer goods, etc. And that's where we need to look at a completely different concept for rail freight. One that is digital, one where digital automatic couplings allow us to make the single wagon load market segment viable And so we can talk about that, but there are certainly investments that needs to be made collectively at European level on top of all the things that member states are doing, and rightly so.
Many thanks, Christian. And again, I pick up on some of the keywords that you mentioned, also combining it back with the statement by Minister Schilkenet on cooperation, because in the multimodal freight chain, we need cooperation between all the transport modes, and we need transparent sharing of digital information. Now, I would like, and I'm looking at Minister Schilkenet and at Tilly Metz, I'm coming back to one of the statements that you made, Christian, half-jokingly, it's hard to be green nowadays. We all know that the political landscape is changing. We also know that in the European Parliament, the majorities have changed. What is your feeling will be the impact on the rail policy, on the policy towards ecological target, in your view, following these political changes? Please.
For me, it must not depend on political colors. My best supporters to help transporting goods on train in Belgium are FEB, Fédération des entreprises de Belgique, are VOCA, are Union Wallonne des entreprises. Unit train to transport heavy goods or dangerous goods, like Solvay and so on. We have strong supporters, and it's not a question of political belief, of political color. Then that's the reason why we need some consensus and vision, long-term vision. It's the first time we have in Belgium a vision on 20 years, and we managed to have a broad agreement on it with all economic sector, with the all government, but I didn't hear every member of the parliament of the opposition against this vision, and it's a difference in the train sector in comparison to other ones, that you need vision, because it's heavy work on the infrastructure. It's a huge investment you need. It's also a good dialogue with the economic sector to understand what they need in the future, so that they can stay in our country or come in our country. We did it with the car manufacturers in Brussels, but they are leaving also in port of Ghent, and we found good agreements. As a public authority, we invest in the infrastructure, and they decide to come or to stay in Belgium because they can have their supplies coming by train, and their manufacturer cars living for all Europe on a train, which is the most efficient. Then you have to find a good agreement between CO2 goals, climate goals, and the economy. And I think that train is the mode of transport that links an economy and climate. But we need also a commission which allows the country to invest. And the rules of the free market are not always the perfect ones for the train, because like I said, and like you repeat, what we did in Antwerp needs public supply, public subsidies to the industry. Then we had to ask the Commission to be able to do it. We have only an authorization for 2 years. We have to be back. It's too long. It's a bit of over-regulation. I think you have to allow the countries to help the states to allow the states to help the industry because of the specificity of railway and the cost and the long-term vision you need. Otherwise, you cannot compete with trucks and so on. Then you cannot develop a long-term vision.
Many thanks, Minister. Tilly, I saw you made a long note here, so please tell us what you have written on your notes.
It's clear as a green, I'm now still have in my mind Kermit's a frog. It's hard to be green. That is for me the sentence of the day. But it's clear that we have to change a little bit with the new composition of the parliament to change a little bit the narrative now. What I am doing, of course, I'm not going now to the people in the parliament and to this new composition of the parliament. I'm not making them big ears constantly with the climate goals, with the biodiversity loss, because if you're saying that, you're already, and I had the experience last week, you are getting attacked already. Huh? It's about ideology, I don't need to tell what all those far right, and you hear what Trump is thinking about climate change. We found those thoughts also in our parliament now. So what I am doing is coming back to the question all the time, what makes Europe competitive? So I really take the narrative, it's good for the economy. Yes, it's also good for the environment, it's good for the people. So I'm really convinced that the only economy that has future and the only way to be competitive is really to invest more into the rail sector. Look what Japan is doing. Look what other countries are doing. So for me to use the socioeconomic and environmental criteria, it's only logical in order to be competitive. And that's why I'm so happy in general about the Draghi and Letta report. Those are not green people. They are not coming from the environmental movement. But what they are saying is really how can we make the inner market more efficient and how can we be, as Europe, more competitive. And what conclusions do they have? But we need to invest consequently into rail. So for me, it's definitely a question of political coherence, and that's what we need to do. That's what, when I hear we need to have a fair level playing field for the rail sector, no, we need to prioritize the rail sector. That's what we need to do in order to be coherent in our policies. And that's why we need also to implement the polluter pays principle. So that is only logical. That's not about any ideology what they aggress us with regularly. This is just common sense, and this is just about being coherent.
Many thanks, Tilly Metz. Christian, what do you say to the proposals by Tilly Metz to create a level playing field? Or even a slightly biased playing field?
That I agree, she's right, and it's not there yet. We're working on it. And again, I want to agree, we're not rolling back the green agenda. It's Kermit the Frog plus Draghi. It's hard to be green, whatever it takes. That's the sort of a combination we now have. And it's certainly from the Commission, not the European Green Deal is being replaced by the Clean Industrial Deal. It's the European Green Deal gets the sister called the Clean Industrial Deal. And what does it mean? It means in the area of the automotive sector, for instance, that we look at how we in Europe can make sure that our transition to zero-emission vehicles is not made in China. Essentially, that's what it means. And in rail, it should mean, because the dramatic chapter you read in the Draghi report on the automotive industry, you can read it for the European rail supply industry in 10 years from now, unless we take action. So we have set these targets, and we started this panel with the targets, but they will only be implemented if we have a European rail supply industry that is capable of responding to the level of ambition. And I'll give just one example. It comes from Germany, the Riedbahn, the north-south crucial backbone. You talked about backbone. This is the backbone of Europe's rail network. And the German infrastructure manager is busy rolling out ERTMS on that. And Joseph, you signed it off. To do that, one of our main rail supply companies, you can guess which one, in Germany, no prizes for guessing right, is deploying 70% on all its European capacity to do those 70 kilometers in Germany on a line that is going to be closed for 5 months. So that is how shallow our capacity on implementation in the industry is to make these systemic transformation. It's going to be great when it's done, but while it's ongoing, it's a lot of pain. It has to be done for the clean industrial deal sake. Minister, you mentioned industries that wouldn't survive without rail freight. You could have added the chemical industry. The chemical industry needs to go from Antwerp to Ludwigshafen. It needs to rely on single wagon load going from production site to production site, and it's one wagon at a time, often, etc. That industry will die if the rail freight service is not there. And finally, Minister, yes, we took too long. I can say this because it comes from DG Competition, and they're not in the room. But it took too long to give you clearance on your support scheme for rail freight. We are soon sending out the new state aid guidelines, where there will be block exemptions. So we are hopefully fixing it, because yes, we have to be faster and recognize that in rail there are market segments. Night train is another one where you have done the right thing, great thing, where it must be easier for member states in a non-discriminatory manner to support those socio-economic objectives.
Many thanks, Christian. And Tilly has just asked me, she wanted to add 2 sentences to your statement.
Yeah. I just want to say, to be fair, but otherwise you had the feeling that I'm complaining only. I must say, on the capacity management regulation, there was a large support cross-party. So that is a very good basis. I mean, it was a large support voted in the parliament, and cross-party it had the support. And then what I also wanted to say, you know, what for me is the biggest enemy of competitiveness is national egoism. So that is something we need to go. I know that there are some parties that don't like to hear that, but at the end of the day, I'm a very optimistic person. At the end of the day, they see, we saw now the figures, what's happening in the United States, etc., that they are doing better in certain sectors and also in the freight sector as we saw it. So if we want to be better, if we want to improve, we need more Europe. We need to give up on national egoism. Otherwise, we are not going to succeed to do that. And then one other thing I want to place, and I stop there, you know, for me it's very important also to say that ecological transition is not about forbid things, to not allow things. It's really the ecological transition is a transition that is full of opportunities, and that is the narrative that we should use, and not, oh, you want to forbid, you want to regulate more. No, I want to give more opportunities with new jobs, with better economy, etc.
Many thanks, Tilly, and you brought me to another subject. Europe needs to look outside its frontiers and try to learn from the best. Last week I presented on passenger transport, and I showed the map of China between 2008 and 2023. They have built 46,000 kilometers of high-speed line. So Marisa, you are not bad, but you are not, you're a good second after the 46,000 kilometers from scratch in 2008. And speaking of North America, Tilly, average train length in North America is 6 times higher than in Europe. Axle load is 50% higher. And as we have seen in Mitchell's slide, asset utilization of freight wagons is 50% higher. That means productivity and profitability are very high, and that also means that rail is competitive, and rail has a modal share of 50% in North America. So it can be done, and we need to learn from the best. Before we involve the audience in the questions, I have one final question, and I'm looking specifically at Minister Schilkine to start off. I quoted from Ralph Charlie's report, which contained a lot of complaining. I thought it came from CER, but it was from UIRR. So you mentioned natural disasters as one of the main reasons for the reducing number of ton kilometers in combined transport. What could we actually do to improve resilience of rail freight?
First of all, we have to reach our climate goals. The best is to avoid such a problem like we saw in Belgium, but also in Spain. I had a lot of discussion with my good colleague Oscar from Spain. It cost a lot of money, and you see that it's not assurable anymore. If you talk to Swiss Re, to Munich Re, to reinsurance companies, they say climate change, global warming will cost so much to public infrastructure. But we have to make our infrastructure more resilient. I think that railway is one of the most resilient public infrastructure. It's perhaps a reason to invest on it. And my fear is that the direction we gave in Belgium with a 10-year contract with Infrabel and with SNCB will be broken by a new majority because of also European pressure on our budget, and we need investment and we need vision, and investing is good for our economy. We make the calculation in Belgium. €1 invested in our train infrastructure brings €3 back to the economy, direct to the workers of our national company, but also indirect to the company, private companies working with us, but also with the company benefiting of the chemical, of the car manufacturers and so on. And we need this vision of investment, but we have to make our railway infrastructure more resilient. It's a topic for tomorrow. I think the train is more resilient than a lot of other modes of transport, but we have to make it still more resilient. And it's not because I'm a green minister, but I think we have to put climate on the top of the priority in all governments at European level.
Many thanks, Minister Schilkine. Tilly or Christian? Christian, please.
Yeah, we're fighting climate change already today. It's here. And of course, condolences to the colleagues in Spain and in Valencia in particular. Before that, it was Central Europe. September last year, it was Storm Daniel in Greece, where part of the core TEN-T network was swept away. So it's certainly last summer, alpine crossings blocked by mudslides, etc. So it's already happening, and infrastructure managers are aware of it. I think it was you, Marisa, telling me that those lines in Spain that were built to the TSI specifications, high-speed lines in particular, no impact, whereas those who were not following the European standards sustained severe damage. So clearly there's a case for setting standards also on construction for climate change resilience. I want to say another thing which speaks to the mudslides and mountainous areas, because a lot of this flooding, for instance, is water coming quickly down from altitude. We are investing in tunnels like Lyon-Turin. Clearly, it makes sense to protect our infrastructure in those regions by tunnels. But to green politicians who are here, we have green politicians in Lyon opposing Lyon-Turin. So there is a dilemma here of wanting to build, construct, and then we have sort of the pushback on not in my backyard. So this is just a sort of an issue, not in Belgium, not in Luxembourg, in France. Then I think also, Minister, you pointed to a third point. You can't tackle and prepare for climate change with annual budgets. Impossible. There is in the EU legislation an obligation to sign a framework contract between the ministry and the infrastructure manager. You have done it. Huh? So giving the infrastructure manager the planning horizon to do this. And I think we need to, first of all, it is our job to enforce EU legislation, but we need also for this reason to enforce it, because infrastructure managers who have to improvise 1 year to the next will certainly not be able to prepare for climate change. Rail is not an annual budget priority. Rail is a decade-long, at least, planning horizon. And the last thing I wanted to say, we have the 10T regulation that really sets out the network and the standards on the network. And so if infrastructure managers are not given the budgets and not given the predictability to implement these standards, it's not going to happen from one year to the next.
Thank you, Christian. Tilly, you want to quickly add?
No, I think the main things were definitely said. So we really need to shift from just to resume from an annual to a pluri-annual approach into the rail sector. Also, that you can anticipate really the works that needs to be done in order to make the rail sector more resilient. And there, what we ask also is that at least the infrastructure manager knows for 5 years in advance what are the works and what are the money that is there in order to invest into the rail sector. So we need to go away from the annual to pluri-annual. We need to go away from a manual approach to a digital approach. And again, we need to go away from a national approach to the European approach. So if we succeed in these 3 elements, we will really make the rail sector fit for the future.
Many thanks, Tilly Metz. Now it is about time to extend our discussion to include the audience. And you have now the opportunity to ask our panelists questions related to what we just heard. I believe just behind Gilles, there was the first. Yeah. Please introduce yourself and also tell us to whom on the panel your question will be directed, please.
Hello, my name is Ana Laura Mejia. I am Market Intelligence Officer for Alpha Trains. I actually have 2 questions, one for Tilly Metz and the other one for George Hilkinet. I hope that I pronounce your last name correctly. For my first question, I would like to bring the attention to the source of the data that we have seen this afternoon. All the keynotes have been very interesting, and all the information that you have given us is, really interesting. But I have a concern about the source of the data, which is Eurostat. I'm pretty sure, or perhaps you're aware, that in terms of rail freight volume, Eurostat only receives information for those operators that have achieved a minimum of 200 million ton kilometers. This is actually a big problem now in the coming years. In the past, it was not so much a problem because, well, the incumbents were making most of the traffic. So if they gained market share, well, yeah, everything goes good. But nowadays, smaller operators have gained market share. But what happened when these smaller operators are increasing their traffic, but they do not reach the landmark of the 200 million ton kilometers? Well, this rail freight in your statistics simply doesn't appear. So the rail freight market is having a difficult time, and then not all the kilometers are appearing. So of course the graph seems dramatic. Now I am a researcher and I want to have accurate information. So, and also I can imagine that for you, your hard work, the results of your hard work, how are they being computed? Every year I see the gap between the information from Eurostat and in this example, the official national statistics from Germany increasing more and more. There is a number that it's announced in statista.de, which is the German site for statistics, where I get information. And then I look at Eurostat, and I see, yeah, so many years ago, they both reported the same amount of ton kilometers. But from some years ago, when smaller operators started gaining market share and DB starts losing market share, well, yeah, the statistic in Eurostat, they just
Can we come to your
don't
question now, please?
Yes, sorry. My question is, can we researchers expect that in the coming future, with all the developments, there will also be a proposal for Eurostat to ask the member countries to report on all the data, on the complete data, so that we can get the accurate information? And sorry, and my second.
Wait. So
first one
I
question, and then
I
okay.
will respond to you, because luckily I see my economic evaluation team gathered in that corner. So I hope you have already taken note, and we will give you the answer. And Christian.
Yeah, Carlo Caposanto, you are in the room, aren't you? Stand up, please, and make yourself seen. There you go, author of our forthcoming rail market monitoring survey. Carlo, we are not making these mistakes at the Commission, I think. I hope if we do, we'll fix it. So please connect in the coffee break. Yeah? But if the figures are better than we thought, wow, that's
well,
good news. Tant mieux.
Tant mieux, as we say in Valenciennes. So, you have a second question, this time to Minister Schilkine?
Well, perhaps he can help me. The second question is that I cannot find information on freight transport of Belgium. In Eurostat, it's just not disclosed. It's nowhere to find. It's always for every year. So I would like to know if it is possible to get the real freight data from Belgium.
With pleasure. My advisor is there. No.
So
Yes, I also take note of this problem, and we'll fix it like
so
the Commission will do.
it pays off to go to ERA conferences, so you will be put in contact. Gilles Peterhans, please.
Gilles Peterhans, I'm the Secretary General of UIP, the Association of Freight Wagon Keepers. So for the problem of Eurostat is just to reopen a regulation from 2018 where member states have decided that it's limited from 200,000 tons kilometers. That's what we can do. I have a question to you, Minister Schilkine. Many member states in the last 7 years have published wonderful master plan. We have said we need to collaborate, we need to cooperate, we need more Europe. Do you think the time has come for a European, let's say, not new, but to take all the master plan and then to try to have at least a couple of measures which we can implement beside ERTMS and other stuff, which we could try to implement all together to make a really harmonized rule across Europe? And the same goes to Christian, if the Commission would think that would be a way also in terms of strategy for the future to a little bit synchronize the master plan.
As I said, I think we need more cooperation. We need to share more easily best practices in each country. As I said, we made the management of the automatic sorting facility at Antwerp Nodes neutral and free for the companies. I think it's a good solution which could be applied in other countries. And we don't need only regulation, we don't need only legislation, we need cooperation, and that's what we try to do during the Belgian presidency of the Council, with a great pleasure to explain to other countries what we do, good or well or not well, but we can make give inspiration to others. And I think the way we worked in Belgium with a user committee to put problems on table, find solution, by discussion is a good way to work. And as I said in my speech, we need a good agreement with the European industry. If we do like we did in Belgium, a vision, 10 years investing plan, then we can have better agreements with the industry, with our suppliers, and I hope we can reach those goals. As I said, it will be without me because I'm leaving. I do not know when, but I will leave. But I hope we can reach such agreement, and it's also a duty for the Commission. And I think we have to show that Europe is not only regulation. Europe is not only forbidding things, but Europe is also cooperation, exchanges good practices, and I hope that there is place for.
That's a good thing about Yep. Yeah. Many thanks, Minister Schilkene. We have time for one here in the second row, one additional question, please.
First of all, thank you for the amazing panel. So my name is Adra Al-Mansouri. I'm from the United Arab Emirates, and I'm representing Etihad Rail, which is the national railway company in the UAE. So I have two questions. The first question is for the Prime Minister. You spoke a little bit about every investment made for the infrastructure, be it 1%, gives back 3%. Would you elaborate on that? Are we talking about infrastructure for the railway or infrastructure in general? So that's the first question. The second question is for telemeds. Very interesting speech, very important points that you made today. You made a very interesting point regarding railway is no longer, we don't need a fair competitive environment for the railway. We actually need to make it as a priority. And honestly, from the United Arab Emirates, because we are just new when it comes to the railway industry, we are still advocating for fair, ecosystem for it to be operational and successful. Should I skip the phase of fairness and just jump into make it a priority or not? Because the world is changing a lot. That's all. Thank you.
So please,
yes,
Minister.
It's a study of our infrastructure manager about investment in infrastructure, rail infrastructure, and explaining how investment can bring back to the economy. And then the conclusion was, and is, if you invest €1 in your train infrastructure, rail infrastructure, then it brings €3 back to economy. These are the workers of our train manager, but also private companies making works on the railway itself, but also all the economy profiting of the investment, so that they have a better service, more efficient, and so on. It's the reason why I'm asking for all public authorities to invest in the train, which is the future of mobility, but also good for climate and for economy.
Many thanks. And the second question was a bit more radical than your proposal, so please, Tilly.
No, but the situation that we have right now, and the more I read about the rail sector, the more I read about the struggles of the rail sector, and especially the freight sector, the more I realize that the situation that we have right now is fundamentally unfair towards the rail sector. So in order to restore the fairness, we have to apply the polluter pays principle, for example. We have to apply a kerosene tax. We have to apply VTA tax also regarding aviation. So this is what I meant. We need to prioritize the rail sector in order to achieve at least fairness, because right now it's totally incoherence towards our climate goals, and also, I spoke also about decreasing the access charges for the rail sector. That could be so important. If you are a transport company with trucks, you don't have to pay per kilometer. So all this, when I get to know, because I must say I learned a lot to this file, and all I learned, that was all the times, but this is not fair towards the rail sector, and it is exactly that what we need to do. We need to have this model shift towards the rail sector. But I don't mean it by, of course we need to talk to all the stakeholders, and that means also to the terminals, to talk to the people at the ports, to talk to the people when we make the model shift from the train to the truck for the last kilometers, etc. So I want all the stakeholders. That's also why in this regulation we want to have a platform with all the stakeholders in order to have a holistic approach. But if we want to get out of this unfairness, we have to be quite brave by creating the fairness for all, and by also achieving then our goals that we definitely want to achieve, or at least that people and politicians all agree to say that's what we need to aim at. And just if I may react on the remark that was done before about the national plans and how to integrate them in the master plan. You know, you might smile now, the comparison I make, but I also work on nutrition and agriculture sector. We have a common agricultural policy that you all know, the CAP. And there the countries, the member states, have their national priorities and their national plans, but they have to be agreed on the European level. So sometimes I think I'm perfectly fine that at the national level you have your guidelines or whatever we call it, or your priorities or your specificities, but in order to have a European overview, you need somebody with this European overview that takes a look at the different national plans and then gives a feedback and then agrees on them in order to have also there a global European view, if we really want that, and we need to do that. So that's what I think we need also to do in the rail sector. We need this European overview, otherwise it's not going to be possible to have really, especially for the freight where 70% is cross-border, we need to have this European view. So okay, with national guidelines or plans, if there is this European overview coordinating the whole thing.
So we are back to cooperation, being back to the European view, but Christian, you wanted to add.
Yes, very comfortable to speak after Tilly, because my job is almost done when she has spoken, and I can appear very moderate and realistic in centralizing. So that is very comfortable for me. Thank you, Tilly. No, just again to recognize the level playing field between road and rail is work in progress. And the polluter pays principle is driving and informing all our proposals in this area. I'll give one example, Eurovignette, the Eurovignette directive. When Germany started implementing the Maut, so tolling on heavy-duty vehicles, you are now in a situation where there is a break even for the introduction of electric trucks in Germany, total cost of ownership. So the legislation is there. It's not mandatory. Member states are now encouraged to, and those who do, the level playing field is, I can see it on the horizon. I can see it on the horizon. Also including road traffic in the European emission trading system, where the revenues generated there, we can have a discussion at political level in the next MFF. What do you do with those revenues? Do they go back to the finance ministers? Or do you reinvest that in sustainable modes of transport? So it's there, and we can reach it. But there is at least one area where rail is better off than road, and I'm director for road and rail. You mentioned the agency. Josef has 212 posts more than the European Road Agency, because the latter doesn't exist.
Thank God
so
Magda has already left. So, with that statement that we will cut from the minutes, we will close that panel. Many thanks and a great round of applause to our panelists, Tilly Metz, Georges Schilkine, Christian Schmidt. So. Tilly, danke. Merci beaucoup. So, just one announcement. You have now your well-deserved coffee break, so refreshments are served outside. Please be back in this room at 16:25. The next panel, it is titled Strengthening the Backbone of Multimodal Freight, will start 16:30 sharp. It will be moderated by Kier Fitch. In the meantime, please enjoy your coffee break.
Good afternoon again, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure the coffee is very good and the networking excellent, but there'll be plenty more time for networking and drinks later. So please come and take your seats for the second important part of our conference this afternoon. You've heard so far from the politicians and the senior civil servants on the view of rail and multimodal freight, what we should be doing more, what it's realistic to do to make those visions set out in the various white papers and the smart and sustainable mobility strategy happen. I'm very pleased, though, that now we will move on to the senior representatives of the rail freight industry and some of its customers to hear from them what they think we're doing right, what they think we're doing wrong, and certainly what we need to do more of. So, to remind you, the basic premise is rail freight needs to be growing very substantially. You can argue about which of our precise sets of targets we should be following, but clearly they're all highly ambitious. And I'm afraid, as you heard in the first session, we are certainly not meeting all of them. And just by way of information, we did check the point on the statistics in the break, and I'm sure you will be, in a sense, relieved, but also disappointed to know that we were well aware of the problem. We are supplementing the data from national sources. It's probably not perfect, but we think the picture is pretty accurate. So the question really is, we are losing rail freight share. A lot of that we know is because of the shift away from heavy goods, coal, steel, etc. Where is it realistic to grow the market share? What do we have to do to achieve it? We'll be having lots of responses from the panel later, but first this afternoon I would like to invite Fermed to come to the platform, and we have Henri Mallard from Fermed with one of his colleagues, and they will present the study that they have done, that they presented to a conference in Brussels a couple of weeks ago, with some radical new ideas for how we might grow the rail freight share. So let's hear from them first. Of course, then in the subsequent panel, we can look at whether what they're proposing is possible. If so, why we haven't already done it, and either way, what we can learn from it and build into our system for the future. So, Henri, over to you, please.
Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, thanks, ERA, and thanks, Mr. Doppelbauer, for the opportunity of this event and the invitation to present the action of Fermed. The Fermed study, Traffic and Modal Shift Optimization in the EU, it is a book like this, conclude with the key proposition to change the current mainstream freight policy framework by modes and corridors of transport into an integrated railroad and also waterways transport. This first plus first acronym of fast, flexible, intelligent, integrated railroad system of transport. The main results of the study demonstrate indeed that for efficient, sustainable, decarbonized, long-distance inland freight transport into the Europe and the corresponding modal shift from road to rail and waterways, it is necessary and urgent to turn to mobility as a service for cargo. Long-distance freight transport over 300 and more kilometers can only be decarbonized and made competitive through an integrated railroad and waterways transport system, where rail and waterways ensure long-distance hauls at the service of road first and last miles, 150 kilometers, while working all in full coordination and complementary Fermat plus first concept provide such as a tool. Fermat study has assessed that the current rail network infrastructure is not capable to achieve the expected shift into Europe. Based on the plus first concept, the study has in fact established a detailed action plan of investments at member state level to make this EU target shift possible on the main roads of TEN-T extended core networks at horizon 2030-33. All the study details are freely accessible on the Fermat internet site. 3 key outlines. 1. Current rail infrastructure cannot handle the containers and other single-load units from trucks in an efficient, flexible, and competitive manner. 88% of TEN-T multimodal terminals are dead-end, and less than 5% of terminals can accept 740 meters long trains. Further, to reach EU green mobility capacity objective, their number should be increased by 425 new passing out terminals. Second highlight, point-to-point trains between main nodes are only able to achieve maximum share of 25–30% of daily EU target for rail freight. That is less than 10% total daily freight demand. EU norms and standards that are designed to enhance performance of long-distance freight transport are not put in scenery. They are applied in a patchwork manner, reducing key network routes to operate on the lowest common denominator and strongly impairing efficiency and competitivity of combined transport across the EU, notably for the cross-border transport. Third highlights. Finally, over 65% of EU freight is concentrated on only 23% of the whole EU extended revisit core network. To obtain quick and demonstrative impact, EU investments need urgently to give absolute priority on this essential central backbone of TEN-T in a systematic way among the countries concerned. Now I take the floor to Pierre Borgols, the advisor like me on the Direction Committee of Fermat.
What is Plus First? First is a new transport concept where trains move isolated single load units, containers, trailers, swap bodies, and operate like a roll-on, roll-off ferry with road and waterways in a fast, flexible, intelligent, integrated transport system. Essentially, it's a novel way of organizing multimodal, long-distance railroad freight transport in the form of mobility as a service for cargo. A global coordination and management center with satellites in member states concerned will control Plus First trains and heavy-duty vehicles in a single open database. As per the illustration, Plus First combined transport system fully aligns rail with the road, with trains stopping as per the freight demand. Several Plus First trains, point-to-point, stop at intermediate hubs or eventually stop at request, will operate in the framework of real-time rolling planning concept, interlinking the EU strategic socio-economic hubs and related intermediate hubs where the majority of daily freight demand is generated. Why first? It is not possible to capture the traffic needed to achieve 30% of rail share with daily point-to-point trains. FERMED has analyzed the input-output long-distance freight flows of the EU 30 largest freight destination hubs at net 3 and net 2 level. The two graphs on the slide illustrate that for the EU largest strategic hub, Rhine-Ruhr-Gebiet, if we take 7 40-meter long trains with 7 net tons weight and the EU 30% modal shift reference, a daily point-to-point return train is economically valid for only the 8 biggest destinations. However, graph 2 shows that these 8 destinations cumulate only about 30% of the total daily freight demand. So point-to-point trains, under best assumptions, will be able to capture only 9 to 10% of daily freight demand of the hubs. If we take other major EU strategic hubs, such as Milano or Barcelona, the situation is even worse, with 3 or 4 destinations offering sufficient turnaround for a daily point-to-point return trains, while accumulating only 25% of total freight demand. So we need absolutely a new approach for rail to capture a greater share of daily freight demand. Otherwise, its modal share will continue to stagnate in the EU. In the nutshell, first is the only way for trains to meet daily increasing freight demand and meet EU modal shift objectives. With Plus First, we are moving from the concept of isolated wagons to isolated load units put on wagon. With passing through multimodal terminals, new cargo might be scheduled at short intermediate stop. Frequent services daily will mean reliable trains, and this will attract enough critical mass along the route. Fixed composition trains should run with a high average load, we estimated 90 to 95%, enhancing greatly multimodal competitiveness. First requires a common information repository to integrate rail and road, connecting shippers with operators and managers, and controlling real-time location of ILUs and trains. A global coordination and management center, potentially ERA, is therefore expected. This concept is not new. There are already private companies partially implementing it, like Project 44, or public initiatives such as Forum Train Europe. A critical estimated time of arrival, ETA, is a critical parameter to control. Plus First will provide an estimation based on the number of stops foreseen and the number of ILUs to be handled. The schedules can be established up to 3 hours before train departure. Each train can have a different ETA, even when sharing the same origin and destination, due to variations in intermediate stops and the load and unload demanded. Most rail services in first routes will be international, so there is a need of a proper collaboration between all stakeholders across borders to ensure smooth operation of the trains. This will require a centralized control space similar to that of the air transport to ensure a single rail space with potentially a central role for ERA. The first pilot test project. To start implement Plus First, FERMED, together with ESC, the European Shippers Association, IRU, the International Road Union, and UIRR, the International Union of Railroad Combined Transport, are promoting the Plus First pilot test project. For the project, 2 major TNT rail freight routes were selected, part of the EU Central Backbone Network, from Rotterdam, Antwerp to Barcelona, and second one from Duisburg via Luxembourg to Barcelona. There, the basic prerequisites are in the main sufficiently satisfied. I wouldn't go into detail, but that demands intelligent trains, the length of 740 for the trains, passing through terminals, P400 or 410 loading gauge, ERTMS 2 and 3, available dual system loco for up to 2,000 tons gross weight at 120 kilometers per hour, and wagon for the ILUs, for the independent loading unit with DACs, and minimum infrastructure bottlenecks. The project is planned in 2 phases with significant potential improvements on the rail shift target, respectively increasing up to 55% and 67% for the second phase with relatively modest infrastructure investment. On the map, you will see that the dark intermodal terminals are passing through, 750 meters plus or 700. The light are no passing through, but over 700 meters. And yellow are passing through less than 700 meters that can be used as well. The red are the new first terminals in old marshalling yards planned by Fermed to complete the routes. Realizing the Plus First Test project, the Stakeholders Alliance. To put the pilot test project in motion, the promoters, Fermed, ESC, IRU, and EURR, have adopted the principle of an alliance of stakeholders. The project required a solid and comprehensive alliance of stakeholders with the objective, 1, to facilitate collaborations and communication among concerned stakeholders. Second, to involve the stakeholders in the realization of the Plus First pilot test, aiming at the detailed definition of the Plus First pilot test in terms of operation, software, infrastructure, rolling stock, and so on. Second, the detailed definition of the 2 implementation stages. The first stage, removing remaining cross-border barriers and implementing Plus First, considering selected existing intermodal passing through terminals. The second phase will be implementing Plus First, considering selected existing intermodal passing through terminals, and the additional ones in abandoned or semi-abandoned marshalling yards. Finally, aim to secure adequate funding, and it is obviously necessary to obtain funding at the EU level for this groundbreaking EU project. Every organization that supports the project can become a member of this alliance and contribute to its early implementation. We kindly invite all concerned parties and actors on the transport supply chain to join the Stakeholders Alliance for the first pilot test project implementation.
In some words, we propose the test pilot first, based essentially on 2 components. One is one axe of infra, a corridor integrated of infra including lines and passing through tip terminals existing or to be opened or to be reopened. Second one, and one central management, a management of synergy between rail and road actors with logistics firms through a system of gate, one-stop shop, and coordination of different service of request, direct, full train, full charge, or single unit. Fermet need more partnership with, on one side, supply chain actors, and the other side, all the public authorities, local, regional, national, in the framework and with the support of EU, Council, Commission, and Parliament. it is evident ERA role is central to this pilot test. At this moment, URR, IRU, and ESC are associated to and promote the process initiated by Fermet. Pro memory, Fermet was created in Brussels 20 years ago. Fermet is open and wants a railroad system attractive, green, and efficient. After the last elections, the political side must be implicated. Tomorrow, this emergency is today, and together it is important. Thank you for your attention. So I repeat that the study is accessible, and you have also a short resume of the study. You can request at Fermet directly.
Great, many thanks, Henri. And now can I invite my panel to join me on the stage, and they will each react to what you've just heard and give a short statement, and then we'll move into a more general discussion. So I have Marie-Louise Marie Dominguez Gonzalez, who is the president of EIM, the European Infrastructure Managers, and also a managing director at ADIF. We have Onno de Jong, who is an external advisor at the Port of Rotterdam. I have Marcel de la Haye, who is recently, I think back in September, installed as technical director at CER, but after quite a long career with some freight operations involved in it. Henri Maillard, of course, we've just heard from Fermet. Gilles Peterhans, who is the Secretary General of UIP, the Union Internationale de Provenceurs, the wagon keepers. We have Silvia de la Rocchi, the Director of Captrain Italia. And finally, last but not least, we have Ralph Charlie Schultz, who is the President of UIRR, the International Road Rail Union in Europe. So first, let's try and keep things in order. So Marisa, could you give your opening statement and reaction, please?
Thank you, Kir. And first of all, thank you for inviting me to this conference and to allow to speak about this strategic topic. We are in fact speaking about multimodality, which is an important lever for European economy and for sure for infrastructure managers. So as president of EIM, I fully foster a joint vision to harmonize combined transport across Europe. And we really think that the revision of Combined Transport Directive is a very important step in the right direction. So if it is well designed, all infrastructure managers and railway undertakings can gain a lot. So because combined transport is not only important because of that, but it's going to provide us a dual use of the TEN-T network. So I hope the new commission is able to conclude a suitable compromise. I'm quite optimistic about that. And also from the point of view of Spain, of ADIF, it's a very important multimodality for the Spanish economy. So if you let me, I will briefly mention what we are doing in Spain. We are deploying the Freight 30 plan. It's a very ambitious initiative to double rail freight market share by 2030. It is true that other parts is quite short because we are in 4%, but our aim is to arrive to 10% by 2030. And so for the first time is why we are so sure that this time we will get it. For the first time, it combines not only investment in infrastructures, which was the focus in the previous plans, but also with regularity measures and incentives for rail adoption. And so we are working to enhance terminals capacity and overall, and the most important, I think, is to develop rail highways. And so the goal is, as it has been said in the previous panel, to make rail the backbone of supply chain, and for sure we have to work hand in hand with the road. And as I said before, ADIF's rail highways are a key part. At this moment, we have already working the Madrid-Valencia corridor in service since last July. And also Algeciras-Zaragoza is in preparation. We have already started with the works. So we are trying to do is to provide high-capacity routes for freight trains, including those carrying semi-trailers. That means for infrastructure manager, for ADIF, technical challenge, because we have to work in gauge compatibility, we have to increase the gauge of many tunnels, and to provide, to be possible to run 740-meter trains. So that means adapting infrastructures to meet the demands from the market. So I really think these efforts aligns closely with initiatives like Plus First from Fermet that has been explained, because I think both we trying to optimize freight rail system with standardization, efficiency, multimodal connectivity, and so both initiatives share the common objective of reduce logistical inefficiencies and increase competitiveness in the rail freight along Europe. So to conclude, whether on IM or regional, national or European level, I think we share the strong interest in building a cohesive freight transport system to strengthen rail, but not only rail, to stop competing with road and working together hand in hand, as I said before, also with road. So see, if we do that in a proper manner, I think we will get what we try to with the Green Deal, as said in the previous panel, working fully for become climate neutral, more efficient, more competitive, and also with digitalization being more innovative. Thank you. In the image here you can see all the different rail highways we are working on. Some of them are, as I said, running, the one from Barcelona to the border and the one from Valencia to Madrid. The second one from Algeciras on the south to Zaragoza. Zaragoza is in the way between Madrid and Barcelona. We are on works, and all the others, some of them are planning, others are under study. It's important to underline that rail highway is not an infrastructure, it's a service. So once the private partner has a business plan, he comes to us, and then we start to study them. And as you can see, it has been very, very high interest. So that's why we really think this time we are getting to more than double the market share we have in freight in railways.
Many thanks, Bruce, and we'll come back to many of those points later. But first, can I go on to Onno de Jong from the Port of Rotterdam? Of course, Rotterdam is the biggest port in Europe, uses rail freight a lot, but probably would like to use it more. So what is it really that you see as the future for rail freight and would help you to use it better in future?
Yeah, thank you so much. Switch yours then. Well, first of all, of course, thank you very much for having us here, because for us, and this applies to most of the ports, I guess, in Europe, rail is essential if you want to have a proper functioning multimodal transport system. And yes, for instance, in Rotterdam, we're really happy to be also connected to all the major in the waterway systems. But, and there's a big but, rail brings us and brings the cargo of our customers to destinations where inland waterways don't go. And this is a topic that has been touched upon earlier today, if you want to have a resilient network, no shipper wants to rely on one single mode of transport. So we need both. And I'm therefore happy that we have very interesting presentations also on the long-term perspective of rail, what can really help to come to an integrated system. But my worries are that in the short run, if we look outside and out of everyone's office window here, I think we are running in quite some challenges. If we look at what our customers want, they want to have a rail system that's reliable, affordable, and available. Reliability is a key issue. We see everywhere, especially in the western part of Europe, we see major renovation work going on. It happens in the Netherlands, it happens in Germany. That hinders performance, and that doesn't drive a positive modal change. At the moment, we see a reverse modal shift happening. We see that the number of containers that arrive on the seaside, they go up, but the modal split goes in the wrong direction. Containers are not going to inland waterway transport, that would be fine, but they're going back to road. And that reaches also the second point, affordability. We see in Germany track access charges rising again. We see it in the Netherlands in the long run also rising again to cover for higher maintenance expenditure. And yes, we see the urgent need for renovation works, but if you let rail freight pay for it, you're running in the wrong direction. And the last one is availability, and this really touches upon the topic of what gets a lot of political attention, shifting cross-border passenger traffic from plane or road to rail. It's a good thing, but given how crowded most of the European network is, it directly cuts into the allocated capacity for rail freight. So in the short run, we're not that positive. We see good things happening when it comes to indeed steering the competitiveness of single wagon load, non-craneable trailers, hopefully a single European railway area that is now finally going to happen. But for the next, I hope it will only be, what should it be, 5 years? And I had this discussion the other day with Ralph Charlie. It will be some hard times where we really have to stick together. And if we have very long-term good initiatives that can help, that's a good mark on the horizon. But in the short run, there is something we need to do. Especially, and that's something I already took note of, in the past, member states said, well, in Brussels, there is money for ambitions. But we heard a very clear warning. So we have member states cutting budgets, a lot of issues that Europe or the European Commission has to deal with. So it will be some rocky times ahead, I guess.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, on that last point, of course, the Connecting Europe facility, I know FOMED would like to use it, but essentially the money under that facility until 2027 is already accounted for, so there is no new money there. What happens after that? I mean, that is the big question that only the heads of government and the President of the Commission will in the end determine. So make sure you lobby for what you need, but I mean, it, as you say, everybody is fighting for it. So I think, and we move on to Marcel in a minute, we hear that great things may be in the long term, but of course in the long term also we're already dead. So so how are we going to survive? And in particular, how are we going to keep single wagon alive? And if we don't keep it alive, what actually do we risk losing for the European transport network? What could not be handled simply by putting things on containers or swap bodies? So over to you.
Yeah, thank you, Kier, for this question, and thank you very much for having me today on this panel. On single wagon load, well, in my view, I'll put a particular focus on innovation and automation, because that's also the topic I'm working at CR. So I'm representing CR, the European Railways. No, I think when you compare today a marshalling yard of single wagon, which was at the point of technology development some decades ago, and you compare it to a fulfillment center of a logistics provider, you'll find that the level of automation is very low. So we're still using in railway operations today a lot of paperwork, writing down wagon lists on paper, putting the information manually in our IT systems, doing manual coupling operations, and this makes obviously the single wagon load transport particularly expensive. You need a connection on the industrial production side, which is quite a burden. I've experienced that in Germany. Because you need someone who looks after the facility in the company. It's quite more complex than having an automatic stapler to run. So you need an expert to run the infrastructure, and you need the connection to the main network. And you also, when you have a shunting service going to the plant facility, you need someone who knows it. So just to make it short, single wagon load transport is far more complex than transport by road. And when you see when the transport prices on the road go down, the demand for rail goes down quite quickly, because it's easy to transfer the load on the lorry. So what we need is to find technology innovations like the digital automatic coupling, where we can reduce the cost of our production operations. For example, when you take the automatic brake test, where today you have to have someone who walks around the train, quite time consuming, and when you think of a train leaving the port of Rotterdam and it takes 3 hours to prepare the train, the lorry is already arrived in Duisburg or in the Ruhr area before the train has left the port of Rotterdam. So I think we've to do a lot there. And the beauty actually of the network of single wagon load, in my view, is that we have an existing network. There's obviously the network that was set up by the state railways, the incumbents, but there's also alternative single wagon networks that are set up by the new market actors, and the network is existing, and there's still capacity in the network. So if we're thinking about short-term modal shift, then I think single wagon load can be an option. But in the medium and long term, we definitely need automation. We need to work on what we've heard already, border crossing procedures to make it easier, for example, for a train to come from the Netherlands to Belgium or to Germany or into France, to make border crossings easier, to have 740-meter trains, to deploy ERTMS, FRMCS, all we have on the agenda on the European level.
So thanks for that. You didn't tell me what we would lose if single wagon disappeared in terms of the ability of rail to carry traffic. And you didn't mention military mobility either. So is there a role for the DAC and single wagon in that?
Well, I think single wagon load is crucial for the steel industry. Single wagon load is crucial for the chemical industry. They rely very much on it. And well, military mobility is also, in our view, a very important topic that is coming up. Because there's an urgency, and it touches all the topics we've discussed this afternoon. You have to cross borders when you come from the ports with military equipment from the US, for example. You have to load it, well, unload it from ships, load it on trains, and then you have to go across Europe, across several countries, and you've special freight dimensions, very heavy equipment, well, with special metrics. So that's a highly complex logistics, but I think it's very important that we prepare our infrastructure. Well, we've done it in the past. We were able to connect military sites and to transport these goods quite easily across the continent, and I think we've lost on that, and we've to re-establish these facilities. And well, it's also linked to single wagon load. It's the expertise you need to connect production sites to the railway system, and to do shunting, last mile operations.
Okay, so some pretty important topics to come back to. We'll go to Julnek Gilles. And of course, first, please react to the study. What do you think is deliverable in it? What is really not possible? But then more generally, of course, explain what you're looking for from the next few years of railway policy to support our aspirations for greater use of rail freight.
Thank you, Kier. Thank you, Josef and Era, for the invitation. It's the fourth multimodal conference, and sometimes I have the feeling we keep telling us the same stories. Level playing field, more investment in infrastructure, harmonization of rules. So for the next 5 years, we have tried to do something different. We have tried to do a reality check. We can go to the next one. In fact, you said it, Christian, it's hard to be a green. In the word of Matteo Salvini, the Minister of Transport in Italy, the oldest one, 5 years, he said in a conference 2 weeks ago, Green Deal is a suicide. You know him. What he meant was not we don't need to reduce CO2 emission. What he meant, and he said it afterwards, the instrument we use are probably the wrong one. And we know the world has changed. COVID crisis, war in Ukraine, the election on the 6th of November. The geopolitical risks are huge. And the priorities, Magda said it, so in between we know defense, energy, migration. So we ask the question, what about transport? Go to the next slide if you can. In fact, transport is only part of the logistic. And when you talk to customers, the only thing they care about is logistic. Logistic. Why? Because logistic is a factor of competitiveness in a worldwide competition between companies, between our industries. So we have said for the next 5 years, we need rail to become part of the logistic solution, of the supply chain. And you have on the screen the different criteria, why it's important, why you can gain with logistic. I will not come back on this. And on the left, also for you, right for me, you have a graphic from a professor in logistics. You can try to find rail. It's not on it. On the bottom, it's the website of Kühne-Nagel. I see road, air freight, sea freight. I don't see rail. So all the decision we take, all the instrument, all the amendments in regulation should always go with having in mind, will it help rail freight to become part of the logistics? That's our first point. The next point is, we all know that, digitalization, creative destruction, as Schumpeter put it, and we will be impacted for two reasons. The first one, we are very manual, we have a lot of people involved, and we have also a lot of paper and controls. So the all digitalization will impact us more than any other, probably, mode of transport. And we are not a mode of transport. We should stop saying we are a mode of transport. We are a system, because we are always three: operation, infrastructure, rolling stock. So we are a system. So it will become even more difficult because the digitalization has to go upon the three of us: infrastructure, rolling stock, and operation. And this means for us, we need a crucial transformation. And there are some theory about when do you need transformation. Declining profit, well, I think we have it. Market falling off the cliff. Steel, coal, yes, we have it. We have also the need from investors to promote sustainable modes of transport or system of transport like rail, which is another pushback for us to transform ourselves. And that's where we see, for example, all the discussion on digitalization, on the DAC. It's not about putting a new component on a wagon. It's about doing a revolution, really, about how we do rail freight operations. And that's an enormous challenge, but that's also the nicest project which we have, to not talk about problems, but about solutions. And here, we have also, every time we make a decision on regulation, on changes, what we ask for, we have to ask ourselves, will it help digitalization? Will it help us, and when I mean us, I mean also Maria, also infrastructure, rolling stock and operation, to become more digital, to really go into a world where we plan the trains, where we execute the trains, and when we become at the end also part of a logistic solution, because we will need the road. I have not seen many road representatives here today, but we will need them as rail freight. We will need them. They are important. And the biggest concern in logistics is capacity, capacity, capacity. And we will not solve that only in rail freight. We will need also capacity on road. Yes, I'm Swiss. We had votation on extending our road network, and many rail guys have voted yes, we need it as well, because otherwise you cannot move the goods only by trains. That's not possible, right? So for us, what's important is to look towards the 5 years upon these 2 points, becoming part of the logistic chain and transforming ourselves to become digital. That's the only 2 points. And at the end, coming together is a start point, of course, and working together, that's the recipe for success. But that means really working together, and even we here as association, we have progress to do, because I think this from we are, every one of us has done one. There is not one for rail, there is one per association. And that's also something, Ralph, we need to change.
Many thanks, Gilles. I will come back to you later, but I think perhaps to all of the panel with two fundamental questions. I mean, the first is, do we actually know enough of what the potential customers are or could be if we move beyond the sort of the rail system as it currently is, clearly very much focused on the heavy industries maybe of the past, and to some extent on the sort of intermodal flows from ports, etc. Is there something else that's out there, and how do we actually identify it and work towards delivering it? And then the second question, I mean, you've rightly pointed out how difficult transformation is in rail, because it's divided between the RUs, the IMs, the service provision, and of course very often also divided, in spite of all our efforts, by country. What more should we be doing to overcome that fragmentation? Because I mean, the DAC is a perfect example. It's been introduced in the rest of the world, in the United States, okay, without the digital bit, but since the 19th century, and we're now a quarter way through the 21st century, and we still haven't got there. So what more can we be doing to make change happen, or is it just too difficult? But park those for the moment. As I say, I'll probably ask you all to look at those. And meanwhile, let's move on to Silvia De Rocchi. So again, sort of essentially the same questions for you. What do you see in the FirmEd study that we could pick up on and run with? And how are we going to create the business conditions for your business to function and thrive in the future?
Thank you very much for inviting me here today to this very, very special event, and I'm really glad for the opportunity. So I work as CapTrain Director for Policy, Regulatory and Institutional Affairs, and also Coordinator for the Rail Freight Forward. But today I would like to bring the point of view of a rail freight undertaking. We are the second largest operator in the Italian market, and we are working in a very competitive market. I would like to start by saying that rail is just one of the modes of transport that are involved in the transport logistic chain, and that is not limited to one country, but we have many cases where our goods are transported in 3-4 different countries. And so goods are loaded and unloaded on different transport modes. And we are seeing many pain points when we do that. Could you please go to the next slide? So yes, we see many discrepancies in national rules and regulation between member states. There are many cases where we have different load limits and train length admitted. So this is the case, for example, of a service that we do from Germany to Italy, where up to the border we can carry 3,200 tons, but then in Italy we have to split the train into two. So we have 4 train drivers and then 2 locomotives. And so each country has its own rule. We said that. But we have an additional problem. We have works on the infrastructure. And they're really putting us in a very, very difficult situation. I want to stress that because sometimes we can experience 30% cost increase due to that. Because when we have even planned works on the infrastructure, that means longer routes. It's not just about increase of truck access charges, but it's much more. It's inefficient use of loco, because I would have rather used that loco for another service. We have more driving hours as well. We have train drivers that they cannot go home at the time that they thought they would, because they have to stay more on the trains. And of course that creates inefficiency, a lot of inefficiency. I can tell you that apart from the economic damage, we have a reputational damage, because when works are not planned properly, when we experience a late change of paths, we have a reputational damage, because all actors have to adapt to our changes, and that it's not good at all. So what really clients want from us? They want just 3 simple things: quality, competitive price, and efficiency. And when I say quality, I mean punctuality. They need to know when the goods are expected to arrive, because it's just not about rail. It's about terminals that are waiting the goods to be delivered. There are truck drivers that are waiting the goods to be transported to the manufacturers, to the final client. We cannot be always the one that is perceived unreliable. And so there are very good cases of cooperation between RUs and IM. This is the case of Spain with the Spanish compensation scheme that I'm trying to push also to have a similar measure in Italy, because I think that is a successful model to, in my opinion, to copy. And just when we work together as sector, we can also convince member states to push and believe more in what we do as rail sector. If we are fragmented, if we are not having the same ideas, of course, that it's not perceived really, really well. And could we go to the next slide, please? So in my opinion, and of the ERFA, the way forward, the recipe to succeed. We need to support the European Commission proposal on capacity regulation, because it's essential. We need to have more coordination between member states when they plan works. It's unbelievable that today still we know when the works will be done, and please believe me that works are extremely needed to keep our infrastructure safe. But on the other hand, we should not forget the financial consequences on our companies that are the ones that are suffering due to that, and they cannot do anything about that. And then, so reducing the complexity in infrastructure by better balancing works and users' needs. And so it's really important that we identify where we want to invest. Of course, there's not so much money available, so we really need to understand where we can make the difference, focusing on short-term solutions for sure, also with the idea of thinking long-term, but not use money to use the money in a way that we can really have positive results.
Many thanks. One point on this slide, you talk about key infrastructure parameters. Those are, we hope, established now in the 10T regulation. I mean, some of them were there before, but they've been reinforced in the revision of that regulation earlier this year. Are those parameters now the right ones for you, and is it simply a matter, admittedly a big matter, of getting them deployed, or is there still something missing?
Yes, no, we are good. We are going in a good direction, absolutely. I put in one of the slides also a traffic that we run from France to the north of Italy, where and now right now it's not our clients is asking to run a train more than 620 meters, but right now it's not possible. It will be probably in the future, and of course longer trains mean a possibility for clients to be profitable when they run trains in a sector where the margins, I can assure you, that are really, really low. So we are getting there, but we have also to understand that to get there, we need some support because it's just the financial consequences of these works are really important. So we need to be supported also on that.
Great, thanks for that. So last but not least, for the initial interventions, I have Ralph Charlie, as I said earlier, the president of UIRR, the road rail community. And of course, intermodality is precisely what you're all about. So what are we doing wrong that we're not getting it much better, much quicker, and we're not emulating the US?
US is always a good example, yeah? But unfortunately, you cannot compare it directly, but you can be inspired by it, definitely. As UIR, we are representing the industry in the supply chain, which is between the railway system and the customers. So our members are today the operators of combined transport and the terminal managers, and without these two you cannot make transport combined. So we need different modes. So we are not representing rail, we're not representing road, we are representing the combined transport, because we think that it's not enough to just make every mode of transport more efficient. We are convinced that the real efficiency is coming through the right use of the different modes of transport in the supply chain. And this is essential. One word on the FairMed study. The first, it's very visionary. We are, as you heard earlier, trying to promote this system, but we have to be very concrete and to do small steps, first tests, and then step by step try to implement it. Otherwise, it will not work. We had, I think, 30 years ago already single container systems like single wagon systems. It existed and it still exists in Switzerland. So if you have to know that all the maritime containers coming from the ports to Switzerland, they go in a marshalling yard and then they are distributed, and most of them are staying on the wagons even at the customer's site. So it's not completely new, but I think it's worth thinking about this system. It's promising, but we need to find really small first steps in order to do it. Otherwise, it will never be a revolution. Regarding combined transport and our expectations for the next 5 years, what we were thinking is, well, you said we are not doing perfectly well, and one of the reasons is because we are in a new reality. So we have this new reality with energy crisis, with war, and with the infrastructure. And I'm not complaining, Josef. We are not CR, as you said. I'm not complaining, but we have some new challenges which we didn't have before. And we have to cope with these challenges, and we have to find solutions. And not only with money, but also with intelligent processes, intelligent operations, and we simply have to make it happen. When we're discussing how to formulate our expectations towards the European institutions for the next 5 years, we were simply thinking, we are saying, okay, let's start with finalizing what you have started to do in the last 5 years. And then we're a little bit astonished that the mission letter coming from Commissioner von der Leyen to the Commissioner Tzitzikostas, all the work that has been done by the former Commissioner was not explicitly mentioned. For example, the greening freight transport package, but we assume that, of course, all this is to be understood under sustainability, so we are very hopeful that all this will continue. But the first expectation is that you continue with the 4 parts of the greening freight transport package, mainly with combined transport directive and capacity regulation. Then we said we still have some regulations which have been adopted but not been implemented, like the Eurovignette directive, the 10T guideline regulation, and we said it would be intelligent to adopt these and to implement these and to go forward in order to have the right frame conditions. Of course, we need also the right frame conditions on the infrastructure side, but on the legislation side, it would also be very helpful. And then we said it would be good that we get some help on the digitalization part, because interoperability of data, exchange of data is crucial, and we need some standards, mainly standards on the interfaces. So there's a lot to do, and I think at the ERA there was a remarkable job done on the interoperability of data. So we have to continue this work. And last but not least, what we are asking for is to support the sector with some ideas, some mechanisms how to deal with the new crisis we have. Because we have a lot of crises. We talked about the landslides, we talked about the climate catastrophes, and we saw in Valencia, for example, that it took 3 days before anything happened. And if there would be some mechanisms how to deal with these contingencies and these crises, it would be very helpful. So these are the expectations. And the slide you can see here is what combined transport can deliver. Because combined transport is not only 90% better in terms of CO2, check, this you know, 70% better in terms of energy efficiency, check, we know. But we are also much better in terms of labor productivity, in terms of safety, accidents and congestion, and in terms of infrastructure. The study on these 3 efficiencies and the 2 others, so all the 5 efficiencies, will be sent out beginning of the year. But we are knowing already today that having a new parliament, which is not only betting on the Green Deal, we have to show that we are the answer to your prayers also from other perspectives. And this is what we are showing, this is what we are working on, and you will learn more about these things in our next European Intermodal Summit, beginning of January, and then we'll come with the details to make sure that everybody understands that combined transport is the best contribution to Europe's competitiveness and resilience.
Many thanks, Ralph. Charlie. Of course, to reassure you, I think we all recognise that many of our policies, most of our policies, have to be long-term, and clearly the things that we've already worked on will continue. But I think it's natural and actually a good thing as well that politicians repackage things and give them new momentum, and that's important for us as well as for them. But of course, I have a question back to you in a sense. Some of the things we've been working on, we seem to have been working on for a very long time, like addressing all these problems at borders, some of the interoperability issues. Have we been doing the wrong thing, or simply it just takes time and everybody's too domestically focused to make it happen?
I think you should partly ask the member states themselves. Because unfortunately, regarding the Combined Transport Directive in 2018, there was a good proposal from the Commission, which has been enhanced by the Parliament. And when it went to the Council, unfortunately, it has been disharmonized in a way that unfortunately it was not acceptable. And the Commission reacted in the right way, saying, I will withdraw my proposal. And that's why we are here again with a new proposal. So here again, the Parliament is, I think, ready to work on it in the Joint Committee. The Hungarian presidency was quite constructive in the beginning, but at the end they said probably there will only be a progress report, no general approach. And I still hope that the Polish presidency is taking over this directive. What we are sure of is that they will take over the capacity regulation, is already something. But for the Combined Transport Directive, I think we still have to fight to keep it up. And then we have to have an agreement on the definition to satisfy all member states. But the issue is less on the Commission side than on the member state side, unfortunately. But Europe is consisting of 27 member states, so we have to bring them together. And remember that we are at our multimodal conference here, strengthening the backbone for multimodal freight. 90% almost of combined transport is cross-border business. So we need all the member states to be part of it. And we cannot stop thinking at the borders. That's why strategic guidance as such is not enough. We need the principle of socio-economic and environmental cost-benefit analysis, and this we are strongly fighting for.
Many thanks. Gilles.
Yeah, I just wanted to react on the question you raised before. Do we know what the customers want? I think, yes, we know, and Port of Rotterdam has said exactly the same as everybody else. Reliability, resilience, affordable prices. Silvia has put it on the slide as well. And we have what was discussed in the panel before, the structure of goods effect, changing the goods. And we need here also, we need more Europe, yes, but we need also to consider that every member state has a different situation. If you look at some of the reports which exist around, like the one from ERG Rail, you will see that the performance of rail freight depends on the network density, but also industrial policy. When you have this or those industries in your country. For example, Spain, I know in Spain, if we want really to move to rail freight, we will need to move 70% of food and agricultural goods on rail freight. It will be metal and ore in Germany, so it's not the same situation. And here, we need also to differentiate probably between the different countries. We like combined transport. We have invested millions, billions in wagons in the last 5 years for combined transport. But we need also to recognize we will need all the different kinds of wagons if we want to address really this logistic need and this capacity needs. We will not change all the logistic centers in terminals by tomorrow. You have heard before also from Minister Gilles Quinet what it means. So there is a structural good effect. We need to go onto those goods. And we need also to acknowledge it. I love the chart from Josef where we saw, the road flows in distance on 10T. I repeat, on 10T. How does the reality look like? Eurostat is much more better, by the way, for road than for rail. On Eurostat, you will see 11 billion of goods, and I mean goods, not ton kilometers, 11 billion tons of goods are moved on distances under 300 kilometers, and 1 billion is moved over 300 kilometers. And that's the reality. The trucks are doing 50 kilometers. It's 29 in Switzerland in average per truck run, 29. And those are criteria we need to take into account when we try to shape the right policy. Of course, we will have works on infrastructure, I'm sorry, Sylvia, for the next decades and even eternally. We have to cope with that as well. Right? But we have to understand that we need to become more a part of the solution than a part of the problem.
If I may add, on this point, shippers are key. So those who are really pushing for more combined transport, for more rail freight, are the shippers themselves, because they have their sustainability targets, they want to achieve them, and we have to support them because they are paying the entire logistics chain. And if there's no order from the shippers, there will be no rail freight. So we really have to bear in mind that everything has to be steered from the perspective of the customers.
I think the other day we did a market study together with the infrastructure manager and also with the Dutch ministry on segments that could potentially shift and that would be of interest. And I think for us, and it has been mentioned, if you can get more perishable goods to rail, it's an interesting segment. If you can convince companies that have a just-in-time manufacturing system, if you can convince them of the reliability of the rail system, that's a great potential, volume-wise, as well. Another one, and that relates to the NIMBY remark that was made also in the first panel, potentially a lot of new energy flows, hydrogen in what form could be shipped via rail. There's a logical thing to do so. But that also creates discussions with neighbors, with cities, and indeed in countries with a very high population density, and the Netherlands is of course an example of that. Nobody is coming to cheer at you if you think, hey, we want to ship ammonia via rail, whereas there is a logical thing to do so. It's safe, it's an interesting mode of transport. But if you can have, and indeed also referring to, if you could build it up again from scratch, if you could make a system that can achieve higher speeds, separate infrastructure, that might help. Because then you get back to a concept that I learned about when I was a student, I think it was around 15 years ago, the synchromodality, where the shipper would leave it to the logistics service provider to choose route, modality, as long as the shipper knew my cargo will be in a warehouse at that specific time. That would be a great system, but...
The rest is our solution, yeah.
Yeah.
But is that deliverable? I mean, if we could run light freight trains at higher speeds using DAC, using disc brakes, etc., they could also operate much more readily alongside passenger trains, so it would solve a lot of the problems on delay. So, I mean, why is that not economic? Why are we not doing it?
I think you're right. It's doable, but we need the infrastructure managers. We need to have them digital. We need to have them with ERTMS. We need ERTMS on board. We need EFRMCS. We need DAC. We need a lot of things. But only then, when we are efficient, let's say, and part of the solution and not of the problem, we can really then respond to the need of the customers. And let's be clear, I think in geopolitical terms, the next commercial war is on energy. And if you go to the national ministries, you will see energy is the topic number one. And here we need in rail also to think how to make rail capable of transporting the new energy, the sustainable energy, so on and so forth. Yes, that should be part of the discussion as well. I'm not saying we don't need to speak about infrastructure works, but we need to see where are the market and how do we address the market, and then we can prioritize the work on infrastructure for Maria, for example, because I can tell Maria, in 5 years, I need here in this sport to have the line and do whatever you want now, but in 5 years, this needs to be done. Today, we don't have this kind of discussion. We have them in Switzerland, indeed. We are planning in 2025 politically the infrastructure for 2040. That's the dream of any infrastructure managers, to exactly know in 2026 how much money, which station, which line, and so on I will have to do 15 years later. But that's not the case in every country, and that we cannot solve here, for sure.
So maybe we should go back to the infrastructure managers. What is it that you can do to make the system more resilient, both in the face of climate change, maybe in the face of strategic threats? Is it economic to do that? Because obviously that means also having spare capacity sometimes. And finally, can you actually make it more flexible? Because you see the Fermed study sort of depends on really being able to call up trains on a few hours' notice and reschedule them on the fly. I mean, is any of that possible? How do we get there?
I have to admit that the flexibility of plus first is quite high. But in a way, I think we can do things from infrastructure managers. We can do things to be more favorable to business conditions. I think maybe the two key success factors, one of them is cooperation at all levels. For example, in the case of Spain, we are working so close with ports. Before, I think in the previous panel, it was said that we don't have a connection with ports. Okay, we don't have them with all ports, or maybe they are a bit old-fashioned. Ports insist in having good connections because they really want to transfer the cargo to railways. So working very, very close with them, and also working with relevant terminals. I think that's one of the key success factors. And the other is to be more customer orientation. It is true that maybe in the past we have been investing, infrastructure managers, I mean, in infrastructure with not a clear criteria, not speaking enough with final clients. Now I think we are more actively listening to our clients, more focused on market demands. And I totally agree with you speaking about digitalization. In fact, we have a project which is called Simple. It is a project we are doing together with the Ministry of Transport and Ports of Spain. And it is we want to have an integrated data and documents across supply chains to reduce bureaucracy and for sure to forget paper, to have everything digitalized. And so what we are doing, we have created in Adif, in the previous slide you could see, and is the result of having created a support and advisory office for rail highways. So it is an office designed to bridge the gap between the aspirations of logistic operators and the technical realities of infrastructure. So what we do is we receive the business plan, and then we assess all the client proposals and see what we have to do in the infrastructure to be able to bring these solutions. As you have seen now, we have 15 projects, and what is quite interesting, 2 of them are international, crossing borders with Portugal. One of them is already working with France from Barcelona, but I think it's very important, the 2 projects with Portugal, who are really very interested It is curious because they are interested to break the cargo in Sines port and then cross Spain and again go to the Mediterranean Sea. That's quite interesting because it's combining shipping, train, and again shipping. I think it's really quite interesting, and also be able to move trucks, as you said, in a short term. So I think it's the question of shortly and closely collaborate and listening to clients what they really need.
Many thanks. Maybe then we can come back to the question I posed Gilles earlier about how we manage migration when it's so complicated, when we've got IMs, IUs, when we've got different states with, as somebody rightly pointed out, very different economic circumstances and histories. I don't know who wants to start.
Two words: optimism and courage.
Thank you.
Brave.
I think it's a good idea to focus on small projects, because in rail everything is always very complex. You have very different actors, you have different national systems. When you make a meeting at European level, everyone will tell you that it works differently in his country. So I think it's very good to do some highlight projects like for the duck. If we manage to have the duck pioneer trains, for example, then you have real projects for real customers with real trains. And I think it has been quite a success, the duck project. I've followed it over the last couple of years. We've, I think, made quite a lot of progress over a short period of time compared to what we're doing in other parts of the railway sector. And I think it's good to have these precise lighthouse projects. And because, well, in the end, rail is a highly energy efficient technology. We use very low levels of energy. We are already quite electric, so we have a lot of solutions to the problems we are facing today. But we still see that we have difficulties, especially in the freight sector, to match the needs of our customers and to give the resilience and the flexibility. I mean, when you look at the line closures we have had between France and Italy, or now in Germany, for example, you have major infrastructure that is cut for weeks or even months because of landslides, because of accidents. That is a big problem for the resilience of the infrastructure and fulfilling the customer's needs. And once they've reloaded the traffic, or you were talking about inverse modal shift, once it's again on the lorry, it's difficult to win it back.
Yeah.
Sylvia.
I'd like to add that we should start every time we have a new project in mind with a cost-benefit analysis, because that is really important, because we have many very good ideas, also taken from other sectors, the aviation sector, but at the end, when I propose something to my CEO and I ask him, what do you think about this project? And he say, yeah, but do you think that our clients will be willing to pay more to have us develop it? Ask our clients. And the answer most of the time it's no, because we are fighting over prices and we are fighting over clients. So when I see this down to earth, what is really happening on the ground when you really fight with your competitor to get the client, and then you wait that the contract finally is finished and to get the client and offer a better price. So this is the market we are working on. So I don't know if there is a space for investments on very good technologies from my perspective, but I don't think that this is the best time. We have bigger problems to solve that, of course, involve clients and our ability to stay on the market.
Thanks. So they wouldn't pay for higher reliability or more flexibility if we could really guarantee it?
They would. They would. Let me add that we have to act and to think on the global level and on a local level. So we can not only think global and act local, we have to do both. And this resumes in cooperating. So cooperation for me is really the key, and not only a cooperation between the modes of transport, it's also a horizontal cooperation between the shippers, between the logistic service providers, between the operators, between the terminals. So all the stakeholders are not alone. There's a community around them, and I think it would be very much helpful if they could surmount these barriers and start really cooperating, not, of course, not against any rules of competition, but in this frame, within this frame, I think there is still a large room for improvement.
Many thanks. Henry, you've heard all the interventions, you've heard some of the comments on your study. Is there anything you've heard this afternoon that you don't think you looked at in FirmEd? Any new things you would add to it as a result of what you've heard today?
The first for today. The first for today is the railway system revised inside the new economy. It is the only framework for us. And the framework is also Europe. And we need to have coherence. This twice in the words of the Parliament of EU, coherence. But coherence with institutions like ERA. We need a support for the coordination. Inside infrastructure, this ERA. But there are other aspects. Energy is another institution inside Europe, but energy is also important. But we must also add national responsibilities. This is the land using. When you have that situation and you must have communication, what is the solution? You need money, but the need is not really good satisfied. The question first now is the land use, and after the modes, all the modes. Each mode has a specific contribution to the mobility, not the mobility, the accessibility. It is better. We need accessibility, good accessibility. No expensive, please. No expensive. For FirmEd is running on this question to have a better rail system for the industry. Joan Amoros, our founder, is coming from a manufacturer of cars in Spain. And this need of transport is first a need of organization, localization, and after logistics. Rail maybe can answer. Road certainly. Maybe waterways also. We are together to have a good answer to the accessibility in the two sides.
Many thanks for that. I see our timer in front of us is flashing red, and I know the schedule for Josef's event later seems to be timed to the nearest 30 seconds. But nonetheless, are there any burning remarks any of the panel want to make before we finish? Gilles.
Yes, just one on the CBA. I think SpaceX was not invented on the CBA. We need to reflect on that. And then something for us, but also for you, Joseph, which is a saying from Victor Hugo about the future. The future has many names. For the weak, it's the unachievable. For the fearful, it's the unknown. And for the courageous, it's an opportunity.
Thank you, Gilles, for that. Any more? If not, can you all join me in thanking my panel? I think that this afternoon is both reassuring in the sense that I think the policies we have been working on and the policies we will continue to work on are the right policies, But of course, it's equally very concerning because we have been working on them for a very long time and not as much has changed as we would like. Some of that at the current time is, I think, due to the price of electricity. But it is just that it takes so long to make change happen. And as you've also heard, there's quite a lot of pain which really is very hard to get through at the moment, which makes reinvestment very hard. So I think we need somehow to manage that collision of the long term and the short term and make sure we're not dead by the time the long term arrives. But with that, many thanks to everybody, and thanks also to Josef. Of course, I've worked with him very closely for at least the last 10 years, first on Shift to Rail, and then, of course, with him in his position as Executive Director. So many, many thanks from my side as well for our deep collaboration over that period, but I'm sure we will find ways of continuing to work together. But thanks to the panel, and then also Josef.
So, also from my side, many thanks to the panel and many thanks to the moderator, Kier Fisch. Kier, it's closer to 15 years, if not more. But time, when you look back, looks always shorter than it was. So, we have witnessed two very interesting panels this afternoon. One political panel and one sector panel, but as Kier has already identified, there was quite some coincidence, quite some common ideas between the two panels. And coming back to the point that it takes time, that it is slow. Let me repeat some of the statements that were made during our panel. And it came back in the second panel as well. Rail needs to be resilient. Resilient not only in face of the natural disaster, but also resilient in terms of the competition. The competition by road, the competition by air transport. We should not give up, and many thanks, Gilles, for the quote from Victor Hugo, by the way, one of my favorite authors, so you hit the nail there. In order to be resilient against competition, we need cooperation. We need cooperation in the sector, and I believe we need stronger cooperation than we have shown so far. We also agreed in the first panel that the quite ambitious targets for the modal share of rail, both for passengers and for freight, should not be changed, should not be lowered. That means we have to raise the level of ambition, but to raise the level of ambition, we also need to raise the level of cooperation. And with that level of cooperation, we can indeed make the transformation. And I agree with the panelists that transformation happens one step at a time. It will happen one step at a time with Fermet. It will also have to happen one step at a time for DAC, because we need to demonstrate that it works reliably, that it works in a commercial environment, and then I'm sure it will carry itself. Now, we have also had the question of the potential customers. But there is a saying, the solution is lying on the street. And here I believe the potential customers are running on the streets. And this is the message that I wanted to show with my diagram, that we still have a lot of road transport over longer distances. And Charlie, you can confirm more than 75% of the road vehicles carrying freight are semi-trailers, which could be loaded on trains. So we need the political will to support combined transport. We also, as it is stated in the Brussels Declaration, we need the terminals. By the way, terminals is a big topic analyzed also in the Fairmet study. And with that, we can certainly get the freight volume on rail. But in order to get the freight volume on rail, we need to be competitive. And we have heard, in particular from the sector, all the ingredients for being competitive. It means quality, it means service, and it means efficiency and low cost. If all these parameters are there, then rail will be competitive and we will have a good modal share for rail. We have put this fourth-era multimodal conference under the motto, more freight to rail, and we have also used the Brussels Declaration as a kind of guiding instrument. I am also convinced that the items, the proposals for action that are in this Brussels Declaration can serve as guiding stars for the new Commission to firstly continue on the good work that has already been done, and Kier, you mentioned the greening freight package, but also on some aspects that are new. And I would be very happy from a personal perspective, like the concept of connecting all the European capitals by high-speed trains, which we brought up some 7 years ago, has now entered into the political mainstream. I would also be happy to see that modal transformation from the road distance classes into rail as the center of the European politics, perhaps in the next 5 to 10 years. With that, I would like to conclude this conference. I would like to thank all moderators and speakers. Great round of applause for them, please, again. I would like to thank the ERA team who have organized this conference almost without asking/informing me. I will come back to that later. And, of course, the technical and support team here in Brussels in the square. Now, we are coming to the end of the conference, but I suspect that something is still on the agenda. I have no idea what it is. I have to admit I'm curious, but I have also to admit that I'm a little bit afraid of what is coming. So please enjoy the break and be curious with me what will come after the break. So thank you very much for this afternoon and see you later.